Chapter 1639. Shock. Witnessing Fang Yuan's rank 8 might, all the Gu immortals present felt a sense of shock. The immortals had come to obstruct Fang Yuan, to disrupt his tribulation and prevent him from becoming rank 8. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would already have rank 8 cultivation level when they met again? This change caught everyone off guard. When did he become rank 8? Qi Chu Yu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange to be able to use spring scissors and summer fan, but these two killer moves are amplified by time path Dao marks and can block all attacks. Even if Fang Yuan becomes rank 8, how can he have so many time path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think it is more likely that he is using Xia Cha's body and using familiar face to deceive us and make us think that he has already undergone tribulation. Shang Wu Jia forced himself to remain calm as he analyzed. No, my clan's first Supreme Elder Spring and Summer Immortal Gu are both rank 8. Only rank 8 Immortal Essence can be used. Xia clan's second Supreme Elder Xia, Zhao shouted. This, Shang Wu Jia immediately hesitated. Immortal Essence contained the user's will. Only the user, or the heavenly spirit or land spirit formed after death could use their own immortal essence. The only exception was immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses could use immortal essence from any source. But Fang Yuan's two killer moves were clearly not immortal Gu houses. If Fang Yuan was only rank 7 and only had red data immortal essence, he would not be able to activate spring and summer immortal Gu. Even if he replaced Xia Cha's body and obtained her immortal essence, he would not be able to use it. There is no point in thinking too much. Kill Fang Yuan, and we might find out. Wu Yong shouted. He shot out like lightning. The immemorial year beast behind him fell to the ground, unable to get up again. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed great battle strength. He killed the immemorial year beast that Fang Yuan deployed first and fought Fang Yuan with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's gaze was cold. His battle intent surged as he shouted loudly. Even if you advance to rank 8, you will not be able to escape this calamity. The 5-boundary mountain range that you have carefully chosen will be your burial ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire mountain range began to shake violently. For a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Body parts flew everywhere. What's going on? The immortals were bewildered. Wu Yong's voice immediately reached the immortals' ears. Don't worry, everyone. This is a contingency plan that I've specially arranged. It can change the direction of the earth veins under the 5-realm mountain range and cause the entire mountain range to collapse. The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if he changed the direction of the earth veins? But soon they were pleasantly surprised to see that as the mountains gradually collapsed, the unique, colorful light of the 5 boundaries mountain range also rapidly disintegrated and vanished. This, for a moment, even Jun Shen Guang revealed a shocked expression. Great. Without these restraints, our battle strength will recover to its original state. We will no longer be restricted. The southern border Gu immortals were overjoyed. This Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Duxiu. He actually had such a contingency plan. Shang Wu Jie's eyes flickered with bright light. Why is Wu Clan so familiar with the 5 boundaries mountain range? Simply changing the direction of the earth veins cannot achieve such an effect. They must also know the details of Tao Zhu's arrangement of this mountain range. Qi Chu Yu's thoughts moved rapidly. At the periphery of the 5 boundaries mountain range, the formation formed by Wu Clan and Chao Clan's Gu immortals was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire 5 boundaries mountain range. Qiao Si Lu, Wu Yubo, and the others were guarding this place. Wu Yubo looked at the battlefield and chuckled coldly. This demon Fang Yuan wants to rely on the 5 boundaries mountain range, now that he has lost his terrain advantage. How can he deal with the encirclement of our southern border righteous path? Xiao Si Lu was silent. Her expression was somewhat complex. She had once been very close to Wu Yihai. She had once thought that they would become husband and wife. But in the end, the shocking change far surpassed her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. Every time she thought about how she had once been so close to this demon, Fang Yuan, she shuddered. There was no lingering affection between her and Fang Yuan. Her complex emotions were because of the Five Boundaries mountain range itself. Everyone thought that Tao Zhu's research on the 5 regional walls did not have any results. But the truth was not so. Xiao clan unexpectedly obtained a clue to Tao Zhu's inheritance. They had been secretly searching for it, trying to uncover it. Who could have thought that this information would be known by Wu Yong? Under his pressure, Xiao clan had no choice but to contribute it, and it was used here. Precisely because of this clue, Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the 5 Boundaries mountain range. He was able to change the earth veins and make the light qi of the 5 Boundaries dissipate. If it were anyone else doing this and randomly changing the earth veins, unless they were extremely lucky under normal circumstances, the light qi of the 5 Boundaries would still exist. Sigh. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal's inheritance, but it was used here. Now that the 5 Boundaries mountain range is destroyed, all hope is gone. Xiao Si Lu sighed. Even though she said so much, not much time had actually passed. First, the killer move light of surprise burst out from Jun Xinguang's body. Then Fang Yuan appeared and chased after Jun Xinguang. Then the southern border immortals attacked, but Fang Yuan blocked them, exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. Then the southern border immortals conversed. Wu Yong charged forward. The 5 Boundaries mountain range collapsed, and Fang Yuan's terrain advantage disappeared. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's original intention of blocking the attacks of the southern border immortals did not change. Even when Wu Yong approached, he still chased after Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang used his trump card killer move. His aura fell to an extremely low level. His Sunshine Sun God had terrifying power. Not only did it expend a large amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently expended his own light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt great damage to the enemy and himself. Moreover, he had used it in the 5 Boundaries mountain range and suffered an intense backlash. Although he managed to escape temporarily, he suffered heavy injuries as a result. But now, the light energy of the 5 Boundaries was rapidly declining. Jun Xinguang felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt increasingly relaxed. His greatest worry was immediately resolved. Seeing Wu Yong charging towards Fang Yuan, a thought appeared in Jun Xinguang's mind. Should I cooperate with the southern border Gu Immortals and encircle Fang Yuan? Jun Xinguang quickly rejected this thought the moment it appeared. Continue escaping. The current situation was very complex. He was not a southern border Gu Immortal after all. More importantly, Fang Yuan was chasing after him. If he escaped, it would mean Fang Yuan's failure. Jun Xinguang's decision to retreat was very wise. Fang Yuan was still chasing after him. He did not care about Wu Yong. But right at this time, a change occurred. A powerful aura surged as a huge 5-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a grand voice resounded in the whole of the 5 Boundaries mountain range. Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5 Boundaries mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future. Don't disgrace my name. In the 5-colored pillar of light, a will gathered like smoke, forming into the appearance of a Gu Immortal that looked like it was alive. Countless gazes landed on it. Someone immediately recognized it. That's right, this is old man Tao Zhu's appearance when he was alive. No way. At the edge of the mountain range, Xiao Si Lu could see the pillar of light and hear the voice. She had a strange expression. Tao Zhu's final test was to destroy the Five Boundaries mountain range. I actually managed to activate Tao Zhu's inheritance by accident. Tao Zhu heard someone calling him old man and felt displeased. He said arrogantly, "What old man? This junior has inherited my inheritance. How can he be so rude?" Rumble. Intense winds blew. Heaven and earth roared. What answered him was Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move, but it was not aimed at him. It was aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit by this killer move. His immortal robe fluttered and rippled like water. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected power, but Wu Yong forcefully endured it and continued to get closer. Fang Yuan's speed was immediately suppressed. It turned out that Wu Yong's move had a huge range. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only reflect the portion that Fang Yuan had to endure. Fang Yuan flew and reflected it all the way. Even though he was safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan had been relying on Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time. How could Wu Yong not have methods to counter it? Tao Zhu was shocked. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 Gu immortals fighting, with so many rank 7 experts present. He was so shocked that his body almost collapsed. What's going on? This was completely different from his expectations. There were no respectful juniors, only ferocious Gu immortals. Ignore him. He is just a dead man. The inheritance is here. We will take it after the battle. The urgent matter now is to kill this demon, Fang Yuan, not just Tao Zhu's inheritance. Even if it is a Gu Venerable's true inheritance, I will give it up to kill Fang Yuan. The immortals shouted. Their attention was once again focused on Fang Yuan. Tao Zhu's will. He was completely dumbfounded. This was not in line with his script. Next, he shuddered, reacting, "Who is it? So many Gu immortals are trying to kill him. To kill him, they are even willing to give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance?" Tao Zhu's will also looked at Fang Yuan, but soon found that he did not know this person. Who is this person? Is he a Gu immortal after my main body died? Right at this time, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang was sweating profusely from nervousness. An intense feeling of danger was ringing in his mind like a war drum. He escaped with all his might, while cursing in his mind. "Wu Yong, you scoundrel! What killer move is this? It can even trap me." Wu Yong's killer move had a huge range. It naturally took care of Jun Shenguang. How could Wu Yong's exquisite method be easy to deal with? Jun Shenguang's strength fell greatly. This obstruction caused his speed to fall even more severely than Fang Yuan's. "It's over," Fang Yuan muttered. The moment he attacked, his eyes were like an ancient well with no ripples. The phantom image of Luo Pavali in his palm slowly rotated. Suddenly, he clenched his fingers, holding the phantom image in his palm. A ball of strange gray light surged out from the gaps between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his palm and slapped at Jun Shenguang. The strange light shot out at an incredible speed. Jun Shenguang tried to dodge like a headless fly, frantically dodging. Wu Yong chased from behind. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, intense winds blew around Jun Shenguang, the resistance rising sharply. "Wu Yong, screw you!" Before Jun Shenguang could curse, he was hit by Fang Yuan's strange gray light. In an instant, his flying momentum came to a halt. There were no injuries on his body, but his soul was heavily injured, almost dying on the spot. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. While Jun Shenguang was in a daze, an immortal Gu house suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. The killer move that Wu Xie was preparing inside the house hit Jun Shenguang. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Jun Shenguang had no time to react. He sank into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. The immortal Gu house flew out. Its shape was blurry and indistinct. It swallowed Jun Shenguang and flew back to Fang Yuan's side. Wu Yong was pale with fright. He had originally interfered with Jun Shenguang to probe the power of Fang Yuan's move. After all, Jun Shenguang was not a southern border Gu immortal. Why couldn't he make use of him? But Wu Yong had never expected Fang Yuan to capture Jun Shenguang in one move. Earlier, when Fang Yuan captured the southern border immortals, he had set up an ambush and painstakingly set up a time path formation. But now, he had captured Jun Shenguang with just a few methods. His battle strength had risen to such a level, it was simply unheard of. What killer move is that? It seems to target the Gu immortal's soul. Its power is terrifying. We need to guard against it. There is also the immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is that? It is almost undetectable when hidden. Southern Border's rank 8s were approaching with an aggressive aura. Chapter 1640. Fang Yuan's performance shocked Tao Zhu's will to no end. Where did this soul path Gu immortal come from? Just one attack was enough to heavily injure a rank 8 Gu immortal. Such awe-inspiring demonic might, even spectral soul, was no match for it when he was young. This young man looks weak and delicate. To think that he is so vicious and ruthless, his methods are superb. He must have killed many people. Otherwise, why would Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals encircle him on such a large scale? Realizing this, Tao Zhu's will immediately cowered. For the first time, he felt that the pillar of light around him was so dazzling. My main body set this up to facilitate the inheritance. Sigh, to think that the true opening of the inheritance would be like this. Who did I offend? Is it easy to set up an inheritance after so much effort? Tao Zhu's will felt helpless, not to mention Amir will like him. Even if his main body was still alive, he would have to retreat. This situation was too deep, the waves were too fierce. He could not get involved. Tao Zhu's will cowered. He shrunk back into the pillar of light, while thinking, "Don't look at me, don't look at me." How could the Gu immortals have the energy or mood to look at him? Fang Yuan had captured the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Shenguang in front of everyone. His battle strength was shocking. Almost all the rank 7 Gu immortals were speechless. Even the rank 8s were dazed. How should I fight such a strong enemy? If I fight and die, what will happen to my clan? If the other rank 8s die, wouldn't I be helping others? If Fang Yuan was rank 7, with reverse flow protection seal, he could fight rank 8s. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortals could endure this level of battle strength. But now it was completely different. Not only was Fang Yuan a rank 8 Gu immortal, he also had a mysterious and powerful method. It seemed to be a soul path method that complemented lead soul into dream. Jun Shenguang's example was right in front of them. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortals were also likely to be killed by Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, Southern Border's righteous path's old habits resurfaced. After all, there were many factions. They had been in charge for too long. Their wariness towards each other was deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they realized the need to work together, at the crucial moment, hesitation was a knot in the hearts of all rank 8 Gu immortals. These Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortals hesitated, but Fang Yuan did not. He laughed loudly and turned around to attack Wu Yong. Wu Yong, what did you just say? This is my burial ground? Ha ha ha. I think, on the contrary, this is your grave. Come, let's settle old and new grudges together. Fang Yuan roared. His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. He was dressed in white, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His demonic might overflowed the sky. His killing intent surging to the heavens intimidated the group of immortals. Qi Chuyu, Shang Wujia, and the other rank 8 Gu immortals saw that Fang Yuan was targeting Wu Yong. They felt complex emotions. They were nervous, but also slightly relieved. Next, all sorts of dark thoughts appeared in their minds. Although Fang Yuan was ferocious, he was a lone wolf after all. Not to mention, Qi Chuyu had made a deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the Southern Alliance was newly established, the alliance leader position had always been empty. Wu Yong was the undisputed #1 candidate. If he became the alliance leader, it would be hard to say how he would treat the other clans in the future. Southern Borders clans had existed for too long to truly unite. The difficult thing was the countless obstacles in the hearts of the Gu immortals. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, it was beneficial to the other clans. Moreover, it was not that they did not come to help, but weren't there immemorial year beasts here? Motley crew. Wu Yong took a quick glance, seeing that no one was coming to help him. He cursed in his heart. But facing the charging Fang Yuan, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, his courage and battle intent were stimulated. I want to see what method you use to capture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong released clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, controlling this immortal Gu house to charge at Fang Yuan with a boundless and majestic aura. Although Fang Yuan had the mysterious immortal Gu house, he was absolutely no match for clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A sinister cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly changed direction and charged down. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's momentum was too fierce. It crashed into thin air. Wu Yong, you have the immortal Gu house with you. You are safe enough. Then if I kill these rank 7 immortals of your southern border righteous path, can you save them one by one? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally. Damn it. Wu Yong quickly controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to change direction and chase after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said again, Wu Yong, you are really ambitious. You want to establish Southern Borders Alliance. You want to be the alliance leader, right? After I kill these people, let's see if you still have the face to be the alliance leader. Fang Yuan did not have any substantial confrontation with Wu Yong, but his words were like knives that cut deeply into Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong led the Southern Border Immortals to surround and kill Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because he had enmity with Fang Yuan and could not live under the same sky, but on the other hand, it was to pave the way for him to ascend to the alliance leader position and accumulate prestige. But if Fang Yuan really killed these rank 7 Gu immortals, while Wu Yong sat in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building unscathed and could not do anything to Fang Yuan, then his prestige would definitely fall, and he would be even further away from the alliance leader position. Wu Yong was anxious and furious. He almost wanted to stomp his feet in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Although clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was extremely fast, and the distance between it and Fang Yuan was shrinking rapidly, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of those rank 7 Gu immortals first. Hold on. Am I going to die? Not necessarily. There are so many Gu immortals here. I still have hope of surviving. Before Fang Yuan attacked, these rank 7 southern border Gu immortals had already lost their morale. They did not even have the slightest thought of counterattacking. They only thought of how to preserve their lives. Fang Yuan forcibly captured Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals. This scene was too shocking. Die. Fang Yuan's roar suddenly stopped. At the crucial moment, a thick earth-yellow halo burst out from the southern border immortals' feet, protecting them. This was a rank 8 level defensive method. Fang Yuan, why the need to kill again? You kill me, I kill you. This cycle is so pitiful and pathetic. You are a hero of your time. Sai, why can't you see through this? Lu Weiyin's figure appeared not far away. You again. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a sword as he ruthlessly stared at Lu Weiyin. Boom. At the next moment, clear jade-dripping wind, tiny bamboo building crashed down like a meteor, carrying Wu Yong's intense hatred and anger, heavily crashing into Fang Yuan's back. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan was unscathed. The attack was completely reflected by clear jade-dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. But the huge impact was unavoidable. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. Wu Yong's mind relaxed. After driving Fang Yuan away from these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals, it would be even harder for him to attack them. But soon, Lu Weiyin's voice could be heard. Oh no! This is Fang Yuan's plan. He wants to escape. Wu Yong's expression was ashen as he helplessly looked at Fang Yuan charging into that immortal aperture. The moment he entered, the immortal aperture's entrance closed loudly. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty since he set up an ambush here. How could he not have arranged an escape route? After entering the immortal aperture, he definitely has an escape method, like fixed immortal travel. At once, veins bulged on Wu Yong's head. He felt extremely stifled. Immortal apertures were easy to defend and hard to attack, especially immortal apertures with a closed entrance. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path immortals were here. They could definitely take down this blessed land. But the time that Fang Yuan managed to buy was enough for him to escape. Wu Yong was extremely aggressive. He gathered a large group to encircle Fang Yuan, but he still failed. Not only was he unable to harm Fang Yuan at all, he even captured a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal in front of everyone. This was simply a huge slap to Wu Yong's face. Even more despicable is this guy. Wu Yong's gaze was dark as he stared at Lu Weiyin. He suddenly spoke. Lu Weiyin, why didn't you stop him? Lu Weiyin quickly bowed and said slowly, I am ashamed. I have already tried my best to protect the southern border immortals, but I was unable to do so. In an instant, Lu Weiyin received countless gratitude from the southern border Gu immortals. Wu Yong breathed heavily. He was extremely furious. He clenched his fists tightly, but could not do anything to Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. He had a terrifying background. He was the biggest threat to Wu Yong's position as the alliance leader. Wu Yong led the immortals to kill Fang Yuan. He left Lu Weiyin behind. He did not want to bring him along so that he could build up his reputation. In the end, after the battle, Fang Yuan's escape was already set in stone. While Wu Yong gained nothing, his reputation fell greatly. In contrast, Lu Weiyin was the complete opposite. Wu Yong's gaze flickered like lightning. Chapter 1641. How can this be? How can this be? Southern Border's battle report had already arrived. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a perplexed look in her eyes. The grand and spacious hall was now filled with confusion. Not only did Fang Yuan not undergo tribulation, he had already reached rank 8. In fact, he even set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range and captured the celestial quartz Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Fairy Myrtle already knew about the southern border Gu immortals being captured by Fang Yuan, but she did not expect the same thing to befall her celestial quartz side so quickly. Celestial quartz Gu immortals were actually captured alive. How long had it been since this happened? The moment she heard this news, Fairy Myrtle subconsciously thought of the illustrious battle achievements of several demon venerables in history. The space between her brows was even more sorrowful, and there was even more panic than usual, even though she had always overestimated Fang Yuan to think that today, Fang Yuan's growth was still far beyond her expectations. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained reverse flow protection seal, he has been a huge problem. Now that he is rank 8 and has Xia Cha's methods, even though he is using the 5 regional mountain range to weaken his enemies to a large extent, he can indeed pose a threat to the celestial quartz Gu immortals. Fairy Myrtle heaved a long sigh. She had already expected that such a day would come. Thus, she had tried all ways to eliminate this danger in advance, but she had never expected Fang Yuan's progress to be so rapid. Fang Yuan's progress is getting faster and faster. It seems that the quantitative change has triggered a qualitative change. But how in the world did he become rank 8 silently? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. Originally, she had thought that Fang Yuan's rapid cultivation progress was because he used a time path method to accelerate the flow of time in his immortal aperture. But now, Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized that Fang Yuan definitely had a wondrous method that could defy common sense and raise his cultivation level. Then what is this method? Fairy Myrtle did not continue deducing. She left the hall and went to where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. The formation rumbled. After some time, Fairy Myrtle returned to the hall with a shocked expression. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. So that's how it is. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a dazed expression. Spectral Soul's ambition shocked her. What made her even more wary was that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo had already been refined and obtained by Fang Yuan. A strong sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. Spectral Soul had concealed himself so deeply. If Fang Yuan hadn't exposed the clues and aroused Fairy Myrtle's suspicions, she wouldn't have searched his soul. Otherwise, she would still be kept in the dark. No wonder Fang Yuan's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. This time, he was able to reach rank 8 because he annexed the immortal apertures of many southern border Gu immortals and passed the calamities and tribulations. He was able to use Summer Fan Killer Move to resist the attacks of other rank 8s. It means he also annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture. That way, he would have enough time path downmarks to amplify Summer Fan Killer Move. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is special. But to annex Xia Cha's immortal apertures rank 8 Grotto Heaven, it requires great Grandmaster attainment level. How can Fang Yuan have it? Wait! Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle's expression turned ugly. All sorts of clues in her mind converged. The fog from earlier dissipated. Fang Yuan has a method to raise his attainment level from dream realms. No wonder he entered Southern Border and plundered dream realms. His great Grandmaster attainment level must have been obtained from the dream realms. Gasp! Thinking of this, even the powerful and knowledgeable Fairy Myrtle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fang Yuan had the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He could annex it at any time to pass calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in annexing an aperture was the attainment level of the path. Raising attainment level was very difficult. It often took hundreds of years. But Fang Yuan could use dream realms to rapidly raise his attainment level. This way, he would enter a virtuous cycle. The explosive cultivation speed was enough to create huge waves in the history of human cultivation. No, more accurately speaking, the scary one is Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was merely controlled by Providence. He was reborn as a pawn to destroy Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, but he escaped from control in the end. Fairy Myrtle's body turned cold. Even though Heavenly Court had already imprisoned Spectral Soul, even Fairy Ziwei would interrogate Spectral Soul once in a while and search his soul to obtain crucial information. Spectral Soul was not as powerful as Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle felt a wave of lingering fear. If Spectral Soul really succeeded, he would have great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. He would be filled with killing intent. He could annex apertures and cooperate with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. His cultivation level would rise all the way to rank 8. At that level, Spectral Soul's main body would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. And most importantly, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, when Dream Realms appear, Spectral Soul would have a chance to advance even further. From this move, it could be seen just how great his ambition was. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he could really do that, he would have a huge advantage over the others. Even a great dream seed like Feng Kim Hong would not have the chance to grow. Fortunately, he did not succeed at the most important stage. Now, it is Fang Yuan who replaced his original plan. From this, he did not succeed, but he did not fail completely either. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Fang Yuan gave up on so many southern border Gu immortals to capture Jun Shen Guang alive. His action is the same as when I soul-searched Spectral Soul. He wants to search Jun Shen Guang's soul for the arrangements of the Celestial Court. Oh no, the River of Time. The river surged, coming from where it came and going to where it went. It was grand and majestic, reaching all the way to the limits of one's vision. Inside the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan quietly looked at the surging river water. It undulated and created countless dazzling waves. The River of Time. Indeed, after entering the immortal aperture and gaining some time, Fang Yuan used fixed Immortal Travel's Immortal Killer move to escape. Not long after, he entered the River of Time. At this moment, Jun Shen Guang's soul was being plundered inside his sovereign immortal aperture. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan urgently needed to know what arrangements the Celestial Court had in the River of Time. I set up an ambush in the 5 regional mountain range and fought a huge battle. Even though I captured Jun Shen Guang, I also exposed a lot of information. In order to not give the Celestial Court a chance to react, Fang Yuan wanted to catch them off guard and enter the River of Time at this crucial moment. This Lu Wei-yin is not simple. He acted at the right time and saved those southern border rank 7s at the most crucial moment. I'm afraid it's very likely that he's already hiding somewhere. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has a benevolent nature. He corrected the chaos and repaired the damage to Spectral Soul in the 5 regions. Especially in southern border, he has the highest reputation among the 10 venerables. He is the most popular. As his current inheritor, Lu Wei-yin naturally inherited this reputation. Even though this person tried to deal with me, his true motive does not seem to be simple. He is shrouded in a layer of mystery. It is a pity that in the 500 years of my previous life, such a person did not exist. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan increasingly felt that his memories of the 500 years of his previous life were not reliable. Of course, there was also a possibility that after his rebirth, his indirect influence had increased to the point that it affected rank 8s like Lu Wei-yin as well. Fang Yuan shook his head, putting Lu Wei-yin to the back of his mind. He thought about Tao Zhu's inheritance. He felt some regret. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was definitely related to the 5 regional walls. Even though the 5 regional walls would disappear in the future, and the 5 regions would become one, Tao Zhu's research on how to cross regional walls seemed like a joke. But thinking about it, Tao Zhu could create the 5 regional mountain range. By imitating the 5 regional walls, wouldn't he be able to replace the location of the regional walls to defend? Especially for Fang Yuan, fighting in the regional walls was extremely beneficial to him. It is a pity, such a pity, the situation back then did not allow me to take this inheritance. I missed Tao Zhu's inheritance. Chapter 1642. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. If it were a few months ago, Fang Yuan might be able to use southern border Gu immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now, almost all of the southern border captives in his hands had already been devoured by him, directly killing them. These southern border Gu immortals were all rank 7 experts. As for Xia Cha, she had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture devoured all of them, as well as the many immortal apertures in City Well. Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose sharply. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, passing the final grand tribulation of rank 7. Fang Yuan had planned to continue capturing southern border Gu immortals in the 5 regional mountain range and extort them. But Lu Wei-yin's attack destroyed Fang Yuan's plan. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture devoured immortal apertures, Fang Yuan's Dao marks also rose sharply through perceivable Dao, immortal Gu's careful measurements. Fang Yuan had a huge accumulation of Dao marks. He had very few time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but now he was at the top with a total of 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of them were contributed by Xia Cha. It was a classic example of plundering by force, getting rich overnight. With so many time path Dao marks, each of Fang Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 73 times. Furthermore, Spring and Summer Gu were rank 8 Gu immortals. Their battle strength was quite impressive. In the 5 regional mountain range, they resisted the joint attacks of many Gu immortals. Of course, this was also because of the 5 regional walls' geographical advantage. Southern borders Gu immortals did not cooperate. Well, they weakened each other. Second was Water Path Dao marks. It surpassed 60,000. Water Path itself had a lot of accumulation. Fang Yuan killed lone immortals, Zhou Li, Wu Yihai, Yu Chan, and others, and the Eastern Sea lone cultivators who died in city, well, were mostly Water Path cultivators. Third was Transformation Path Dao marks. It had 50,000. This was the original first place. It had been accumulating for a long time, but now it had fallen to third place. Fourth was Soul Path. It surpassed 30,000. The immortal apertures owned Dao marks, as well as the Yellow Spring Ghost, Martial Statues, Earthly Calamity, Green Lightning Divine, Martial Statues, Heavenly Tribulation, and so on. He had over 29,000. As for the remaining hundreds of Daoist marks, they had been added to his soul by Fang Yuan, a soul cultivator. According to the records of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, Desolate Soul. Only when a soul cultivator reaches Desolate Soul would the Dao marks on the soul reach 1,000. After that, there were Ice and Snow Path, Rule Path, Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and other common paths. There were about 20,000 of them. Below that were Dark Path, Light Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Luck Path, Sound Path, Blood Path, and many others. At the very bottom were Food Path, Phantom Path, and other paths. They had a scale of a few thousand, a few hundred, and even 0. He looked at the dream again. All of the dreamlands in Fang Yuan's possession had been successfully explored by him in the past few months, and the dreamlands of each school had grown to varying degrees. The highest was still Refinement Path, Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Realm. The second was Theft Path and Time Path, Great Grandmaster level. The third tier was Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. They were all Grandmasters. Rule Path and Soul Path also joined in. There were many paths below, but they were not detailed. It was not like the number of Dao marks. The higher one's attainment level, the harder it was to increase. The most obvious increase was still in Time Path, Soul Path, and Rule Path. Other than Dao marks and Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development had also reached 15% after annexing a large number of immortal apertures. What was worth mentioning was that in Xia Cha's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found that there was also a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. This way, there were 2-year essence pools in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Other than these, Fang Yuan's greatest gains were 2. One was Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan had been trying to comprehend this immortal killer move. He had only deduced it recently. The second was the incomplete form of an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan had wanted to build an immortal Gu house long ago to make it convenient for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to fight for him. To build this immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had used secluded residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Floating City, Regret Pool by Palace, and other immortal goo houses, with emphasis on graceful chaotic dual stage. In the past few months, he had been extorting Southern Border's righteous path, exchanging goo for goo, exchanging many crucial immortal goo to create the framework. This immortal goo house was created by Fang Yuan. It could be said to be unprecedented. And because he wanted to go to the River of Time, it mainly used time path immortal goo. It had various abilities and was most proficient in concealment. Even though it was only a framework, it was very useful in the 5 regional mountain range. Ing Wuxia and the rest relied on this house to cooperate with Fang Yuan and successfully capture Jun Shenguang. In the River of Time, the tides rose and fell, waves splashed and splashed, creating colorful lights. Fang Yuan rode the incomplete immortal goo house as he moved slowly in the river. The rank 6 time path clone had already come out of the sovereign immortal aperture. It stood beside him with its eyes closed, sensing silently. Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time, and Spring Autumn Cicada was the key to sense them. But the River of Time was huge. To find a few stone lotus islands, other than luck, a lot of time and effort was needed. In this exploration of the River of Time, it would be best if I can find red lotus true inheritances. But most importantly, I need to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court here. I need to catch them off guard. And if possible, I need to destroy their arrangements. Fang Yuan thought as he searched Jun Shenguang's soul in the sovereign immortal aperture. Jun Shenguang's soul was originally protected by light path Dao marks, but after being hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil, this layer of defense was completely destroyed. Jun Shenguang's soul was also injured. He was on the brink of death. Precisely so, after Ing Wuxia used lead soul into dream, Jun Shenguang was directly hit and fell unconscious. The premise of lead soul into dream was to sense the soul, and then compare the difference between the soul. The greater the difference between the enemy and oneself, the easier it was to succeed. To be able to cause such a result against a rank 8 goo immortal, Luo Pasil was very powerful. However, compared to reverse flow protection seal, and thinking about how Fang Yuan used Luo Po Valley as the core of this move, it was not surprising that it had such power. Right now, Jun Shenguang's soul was so weak he could not resist Fang Yuan's methods. Fang Yuan received a lot of information. What arrangements did the Celestial Court make? Jun Shenguang definitely knows a thing or two. After a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed. He had a discovery. Oh, time path, immortal goo house present, and past pavilion. He had just thought of this when the river water in front of him suddenly surged up. A pavilion was riding the waves like a flying boat. This pavilion had no ventilation on all sides. It had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. There were 4 goo immortals standing in the pavilion. They had rank 7 cultivation level. They looked at Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house with dangerous light flickering in their eyes. This present and past pavilion is a pure time path immortal goo house. It can observe the past and present. It is most proficient in investigative techniques. The Celestial Court arranged this room. The moment I entered, they sensed me. Amazing! Amazing! Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he praised and explained to Ing Wuxia and the rest. Ing Wuxia by Ningbing and the rest frowned. Some had dark expressions. They had some understanding. The strongest aspect of Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house was its concealment ability. To think that present and past pavilion could see through it. This was like being defeated by the enemy in their strongest aspect. Before the battle even started, they were already in a passive state. Present and past pavilion charged towards Fang Yuan's group and stopped It was 1,000 steps away from the incomplete immortal goo house, unmoving like a mountain. A person in the pavilion said coldly, "The 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent are guarding this place. Demon, don't think about advancing." Another person behind him shouted, "That's right. If you want to pass, you have to step over our corpses." For Xuanzi, Fang Yuan soul-searched Jun Shenguang. He quickly obtained their information. Chapter 1643. According to Jun Shenguang's information, the 4 Xuanzi had the same cultivation level. They were all rank 7 and had learned a combination attack technique with extraordinary power. They could even fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Of course, they could only fight once. After a few rounds, they would definitely be defeated by the rank 8 Gu immortal. They were not like Fang Yuan or Feng Zhouge, who had battle strength that could fight rank 8s. Even so, this was already quite impressive. After the 4 Xuanzi were nurtured, they were treated as trump cards by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They could not be mobilized easily. Celestial Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley has no choice but to obey. For Xuanzi, these 4 are all time path and have great teamwork. They are the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. For Xuanzi and present and past pavilion were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Rank 8 Gu immortals who happened to be time path were rare indeed. Celestial Court originally had Lord Huang Shi. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Fang Yuan using Red Lotus Island in the River of Time. Celestial Court had to deal with Fang Yuan and set up defenses in the River of Time. They could only choose rank 7 Gu immortals for their time path manpower, unless some old monsters from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard came out of their own accord. What Fang Yuan was concerned about was that other than present and past pavilion, Celestial Court also had a time path immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion is very proficient in investigation. It happened to be nearby, so it was the first to stop me. I cannot stay here. If the 4 Xuanzi succeed in delaying me, Eternal Yacht will come and reinforce me. It will be 2 against 1. It will be very disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court had a huge advantage. Even though they could not bring out a time path rank 8, they definitely had rank 8s of other paths. They also had 2 immortal Gu houses, present and past pavilion, and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had an incomplete immortal Gu house. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, He Lu Lan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest had weak cultivation levels. Fang Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the second batch of immemorial year beasts. The first batch of immemorial year beasts he set up in the 5 boundary mountain range were either injured or killed by the southern border righteous path. Fang Yuan did not have time to recall them, but it didn't matter. Fang Yuan still had a second batch. After annexing Xiacha's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had a second-year essence pool, which contained Xiacha's 2 immemorial year beasts. In addition, for the past few months, Fang Yuan had been using the immemorial year beast fishing array to lure many immemorial year beasts into the year essence pool. As such, Fang Yuan had gathered 2 batches of immemorial year beasts, and the second batch had 9 of them. The only flaw was that Fang Yuan did not gather 12 different immemorial year beasts to form an ancient battle formation. During the entire process, he also tried to collect them. However, when he really tried to implement it, he realized that this kind of collection was really difficult to achieve. Most of them were immemorial year chickens. During this period of time, the River of Time had been producing these year beasts. In Fang Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts, there were 5 immemorial year chickens, more than half of the total. The 9 immemorial year beasts roared as they charged towards present and past pavilion. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi had solemn expressions as they worked together to unleash the power of present and past pavilion. Whoosh! A huge wave of 10 feet tall surged towards the 9 immemorial year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were ferocious beasts that lived in the river of time. The waves created by present and past pavilion could not stop their charge. In an instant, they paused for a moment before breaking through the obstruction, creating countless waves as they continued to attack present and past pavilion. The surface of present and past pavilion shone with bright light. The light shot into the sky like a pillar. Whoosh, 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 wave after wave of giant waves rose up like moving city walls, attacking and defending at the same time, continuously crashing towards the immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's heart moved. The immemorial year beasts received his command and cooperated with each other. Like arrows, they shot through the waves and city walls, closing in on present and past pavilion. But unexpectedly, the 4 Xuanzi suddenly shouted in unison. The screen in present and past pavilion suddenly gave off faint green smoke. The green smoke flew into the battlefield. The immemorial year beasts were all affected. Their speed decreased as if they had fallen into a swamp. The green smoke settled down and melted into the surface of the river of time, dyeing the surface layer of the river of time green. Present and past pavilion shook heavily. The light pillar that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, turning into green light that shrouded in all directions. The sound of the waves suddenly became turbulent. The waves were many times stronger than before, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Not just that, dozens of whirlpools formed on the surface of the river of time, becoming the best trap to trap the immemorial year beasts. The 9 immemorial year beasts were originally gathered together, but after the attack of the waves and the whirlpools, their formation quickly broke apart. They fell into a difficult situation. At once, present and past pavilions sat at the center, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan's immemorial year beasts were completely at a disadvantage. The 4 Xuanzi's expressions relaxed. Shang Xuanzi let out a breath of air. We finally got through the initial stage. We were not defeated by the demon's attacks. Sun Guozi smiled. Present and past pavilion has already controlled the battlefield. Even though Fang Yuan has many immemorial year beasts, they cannot gather together. They are not a threat. That's right. Shang Xuanzi stroked his beard. Even though present and past pavilion is not his match and will lose in the end. As long as we stall for some time, Eternal Yacht will reinforce us. At that time, our strength will soar and surpass the other party. Shang Xuanzi had a deep gaze. The demon is crafty. We cannot be careless. We need to be careful. He had just said that when an immemorial year monkey closest to present and past pavilion burst out using an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hand as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 immortal killer move, Summer Fan. In an instant, intense winds blew, sweeping everything in the surroundings. The entire battlefield turned dark. The immemorial year monkey was surrounded by several huge waves. It was like a sturdy wall that supported the sky, but with one wave of the summer fan, it crumbled and crumbled. The immemorial year monkey laughed strangely as it charged forward. The 4 Xuanzi in present and past pavilion were shocked. They soon realized that this immemorial year monkey was Fang Yuan's disguise. That demon is fighting personally. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move that Lady Ziwei taught us. We can see through his familiar face. Why were we still deceived? Fang Yuan snickered internally. He had been racing against time for the past few months. He used all his time and energy to the limit. Familiar face was also modified. Fang Yuan finally arrived in front of the 4 Xuanzi. Present and past pavilion burst out with dazzling light again. Fang Yuan used the immemorial year monkey's sturdy body to punch with both fists, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was only a loud sound. Present and past pavilion did not budge. It is useless. The current, present, and past pavilion is like a 1,000-year-old tree. It is rooted in the river of time. How can you move it? Sun Guozi screamed. She was very nervous. Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He used immortal killer move Spring Scissors at the next moment. Crack, crack. Spring Scissors continued to cut. At first, present and past pavilion could still hold on, but after a few cuts, the light on the surface could not hold on anymore. After 5 or 6 cuts, a corner of present and past pavilion's roof was cut off. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it have such power? Even present and past pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The 4 Xuanzi panicked. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. He was at rank 8 level. Now that he had turned into the immemorial year monkey, his transformation path Dao marks turned into time path Dao marks. He gained another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path Dao marks. Ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals did not have more than 30,000 Dao marks. 120,000 Dao marks was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal. Only those who had passed a myriad tribulation would have such an accumulation. 120,000 Dao marks could amplify any time path killer move's power by 120 times. And Fang Yuan was using 2 rank 8 level immortal killer moves. Even though present and past pavilion had the terrain advantage, Fang Yuan's killer moves were also amplified by the environment in the river of time. Fang Yuan's time path strength rose sharply. Even present and past pavilion could not resist his demonic might. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves attacked from both sides, forcing present and past pavilion to retreat. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi resisted with all their might, occasionally retaliating. Fang Yuan did not need to use Winter Coat to defend himself. He could endure the attacks with just his immemorial year monkey body. Persevere. A huge ship arrived from afar, riding the waves. Several Gu Immortals on the ship shouted with nervous expressions. It was Eternal Yacht. It is too late. Fang Yuan snickered to himself. He waved his summer fan and created a huge tornado. Present and past pavilion's tiles were blown away. It was on the verge of collapse. Spring Scissors flew to him and cut. Present and past pavilion's pillars were cut. It collapsed completely. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He jumped above present and past pavilion and kicked with his immemorial year monkey leg. Boom! The entire present and past pavilion broke apart. The 4 Xuanzi were either dead or injured. They were kicked into the river of time by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan left with the incomplete immortal Gu house. Chapter 1644. Cough, cough, cough. Shang Xianzi was sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht, coughing continuously. He was soaked in water. Beside him, Xia Xianzi had already fainted. His injuries were severe, and his condition was not good. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing. Yi walked over, looking at Shang Xianzi calmly. The other 2 were swept away by the river of time. We cannot find them. Shang Xianzi breathed heavily, standing up with difficulty. He looked at Xia Xianzi with a pale expression. The 2 of them died in battle. This demon Fang Yuan is truly amazing. How is the search for the remaining survivors of present and past pavilion? The 4 Xuanzi were siblings. They were very close, but right now, Shang Xianzi was more concerned about present and past pavilion. He did not care about the dying Xia Xianzi. He did not feel any sadness or anger. Qing Yi smiled lightly. The core immortal Gu are not damaged. They have all been retrieved. That's good. Shang Xianzi let out a breath of air. His expression eased up. Qing Yi nodded. I have already prepared a quiet room for you. Shang Xianzi, thank you. I will go down and revive my siblings. It turned out that the 4 Xuanzi were siblings. They were the closest. They cultivated an incredible killer move. Even if the 3 died, as long as one of them survived, they could use the killer move to revive the other 3. Precisely so, Shang Xuanzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the 4 Xuanzi were healed, they returned to the deck and joined the battle. The second batch of immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan left behind were surrounding Eternal Yacht, attacking from all directions. The river water surged. The sound of waves filled Fang Yuan's ears. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance. He had entered the incomplete immortal goo house to rest. With this incomplete immortal goo house, Fang Yuan had a base of operations. It was very convenient. That Eternal Yacht did not chase after us. They had already left the battlefield for some time. Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. The incomplete immortal goo house's speed could not compare to Eternal Yacht. It specialized in concealment. With present and past pavilion, the incomplete immortal goo house would be exposed. But Eternal Yacht might not be able to sense the incomplete immortal goo house. Otherwise, why hadn't the Eternal Ark caught up to them after such a long time? We're safe for now. Ing Wuxie took a deep breath. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. That was a really tense moment. That's right. If sect leader didn't destroy the pavilion of present and past in time, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the quagmire of the battle. Goddess Miao Yin smiled. Bai Ning Bing remained silent at the side. He Lulan was also quietly looking at the vast river of time outside the immortal goo house. Fang Yuan's time path clone had his eyes closed, frowning slightly. He tried his best to sense it, but his vital goo, spring autumn cicada, did not have much reaction. The truth was, according to spectral soul demon Venerable's deduction, the higher the rank of spring autumn cicada, the wider the range of its senses, and the easier it would be to find Red Lotus's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's spring autumn cicada only had 6 revolutions. Even though he had a large number of corresponding immortal goo recipes, and Fang Yuan had attempted to refine it several times, he still failed. This was truly regrettable, but Fang Yuan had already tried his best. For the last few months, he had done his best soul path cultivation, exploring dream realms, modifying killer moves, extorting Southern Border's righteous path, planning the entire situation, defending against deductions, annexing immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended all his energy and time. Being able to squeeze out some time to refine spring-autumn cicada was quite a miracle. But the true miracle did not happen. Fang Yuan's attempts all ended in failure. Spring-autumn cicada might be rank 6, but I have already made up for it in other aspects. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with confidence. He had planned for a long time to enter the river of time this time. Fang Yuan had already used methods like burning soul-bursting luck in the aspect of luck path. He only stopped after reaching the limit of his abilities. Finding 1 or 2 red lotus stone islands in this vast river of time naturally depended on luck. Roar. The river water suddenly became turbulent. Beast roars entered everyone's ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead. After inspecting, Ing Wuxie was shocked. Looking closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had been fighting for a long time. They were at the end of their tether. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Wasn't his luck here? He flew out of the incomplete immortal goo house and activated familiar face, turning into a river and entering the river of time. Next, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and activated the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Those 2 immemorial year beasts sensed the strong aura of delicious food. They stopped at the same time and rushed towards Fang Yuan. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the river of time hidden in the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not even think about it. They charged into this tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time belonged to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were before, Fang Yuan would not dare to fish immemorial year beasts like this. If they entered, they would definitely cause damage to the sovereign immortal aperture. But now was different. Fang Yuan already had year essence pools, and two of them. The year essence pool was connected to the tributary of the River of Time. It was like a huge dam. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation. Following the tributary of the River of Time, they charged into the dam and became trapped. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He stopped his transformation killer move and flew back to the incomplete immortal goo house. Those two immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pool. They could not find food anywhere. They sensed something amiss and wanted to return to the River of Time. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan used enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these two immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal goo house moved stealthily, searching for Red Lotus Stone Island. Fang Yuan encountered many more year beasts. He did not reject any of them. He directly lured them into the year essence pool and subdued them. Soon, Fang Yuan had 6 immemorial year beasts. He had even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other life forms in the River of Time, like sun beasts, moon beasts, and dark web spiders, but Fang Yuan wisely abandoned them. The year essence pool's effect was fully displayed at this moment. With it, Fang Yuan could directly lure immemorial year beasts in, and the sovereign immortal aperture would still be very safe. Without the restriction of the year essence pool, immemorial year beasts could follow the tributary of the River of Time to any place in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary of the River of Time passed through the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Wait! While moving, Fang Yuan's time path clone suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light shined in them. He seemed to have made a huge discovery. The time path clone closed his eyes again, frowning deeply as he tried to sense. Next, he pointed in a direction. There seems to be something over there. It made spring autumn cicada tremble slightly. The time path clone's tone was uncertain, but this was the only clue. Fang Yuan immediately controlled the incomplete immortal goo house to change directions and move forward. As the distance shortened, Fang Yuan's clone's expression became more joyful. The reaction is getting stronger. Our luck is really good. We got results so quickly. After moving for a while, a thin layer of fog appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. The incomplete immortal goo house slowed down slightly, but without any hesitation, it flew into the fog. The fog was very extraordinary. It could reverse one's direction and confuse one's emotions. But Fang Yuan's clone relied on spring autumn cicada. It was like he had the most crucial key. He could point out the direction at any time. The fog was thick. The river water became calm under the cover of the fog. It was not as turbulent as outside. Vaguely, the vague silhouette of a stone island appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Ing Wuxie stared with wide eyes, shouting in shock. Bai Ningbing and the rest could not help but feel their breathing quicken. When the incomplete immortal goo house reached the edge of the Stone Lotus Island, the stone island suddenly shot out a bright white light that struck the incomplete immortal goo house. What's going on? Fairy Miao Yin screamed. Oh no, this is a trap. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light, but it was too late to leave now. The entire incomplete immortal goo house shook intensely, resisting the powerful attack with difficulty. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 goo immortal with a majestic body suddenly appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, the killer move that he had prepared for a long time hit the incomplete immortal goo house. Boom. Chapter 1645. Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house did not specialize in defense. After being hit, it broke apart. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal goo house. Large amounts of flames devoured all the goo worms in the way like poisonous snakes. They attacked Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Fang Yuan shouted, as he activated the immortal killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered in a layer of white frost. The frost not only protected Fang Yuan himself, it even spread out at this crucial moment to protect the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia by Ningbing, and the rest. In this aspect, Winter Coat was superior to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect oneself, it could not help others. But Winter Coat Killer Move could push oneself to the target. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the fire snakes, but at the next moment, the old man on the stone Lotus Island shouted, "Brilliant might, snakes turn into dragons." Whoosh! The flames suddenly erupted, and a ferocious heat spewed out. The fire snakes intertwined and converged, turning into a terrifying flame dragon that was more than 100 feet long and bearing its fangs. The crimson flame dragon tore through Winter Coat Killer Move and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance and take the Immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he did not expect this Fire Snake Killer Move to have a follow-up. The old man had rich battle experience. He did not give Fang Yuan any leeway. The fire dragon was extremely lifelike. It opened its mouth and charged down from above. Fang Yuan and the rest looked up. Their faces were bright red from the light of the fire. The intense heat assaulted them as if they were being roasted on a grill. By Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest's expressions changed. Despair appeared in their eyes. This fire dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move. It had extraordinary power. Even by Ningbing's by Xiang killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's nostrils, ears, and mouth were all bleeding. Winter Coat Killer Move was broken. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of a rank 8 killer move. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Fortunately, the core immortal goo were still around. They were only slightly damaged and could still be used temporarily. Fang Yuan was faced with a dilemma. Behind him were his Time Path clone, by Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest. Their cultivation level was too low. They could not stop this flame dragon by themselves. If they had the incomplete immortal goo house, they would at least be qualified to participate in the battle, but the old man was extremely ruthless. He destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house at once. If Fang Yuan stayed on the spot and blocked for them, not only would his winter coat be broken, he would not have any good methods. Even if he did, it would be very dangerous, because the old man wanted to force Fang Yuan to go against him. Once Fang Yuan fought him for the sake of protecting the immortals behind him, then he would undoubtedly fall into the old man's trap. Fang Yuan was almost certain that the old man still had killer moves. Once Fang Yuan fought the flame dragon, he would fall into the old man's rhythm. He would be led around by the nose in the following battle. In an instant, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He moved at lightning speed, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed maniacally. "What a demon! Then burn all of you to ashes." The flame dragon ignored Fang Yuan. It continued to charge down. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly changed his direction and charged towards the old man. The old man immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Fang Yuan charge towards him. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He attacked. He wanted to attack the weak to save the weak, but he did not expect the old man to be so courageous. He was not afraid of fighting to the death. In fact, it was very likely that there were other arrangements on this stone Lotus Island. He was very confident. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. The results of his months of hard work and sleepless training were fruitful. Spring Scissors was activated once again and shot towards the old man. The scissors were sharp, but when it cut the old man's body, the old man's hair suddenly started burning, turning into a huge flame cloak that burned fiercely, blocking the spring scissors. Ha ha! This move of mine is called Verdant Sunflame Cloak I got inspiration from verdant great sun's flame hair in the legends of Rinzu. It is my proudest creation. I will tell you the truth. Even though I am a fire path goo immortal, in terms of offense, I am stronger in defense. Not just spring scissors. Even if Summer Fan attacks me, I will not fear it. The old man laughed loudly, but at the next moment, the old man's laughter stopped. It turned out that the flame dragon's attack was futile, be it Fang Yuan's time path clone, by Ningbing, or He Lulan, they were all alive. The old man's eyelids twitched. He licked his dry lips as he said fiercely, "This is a dream realm?" It turned out that Fang Yuan did not dodge the flame dragon because he gave up on his clone, and the other Gu immortals, he made Ing Wu Xie self-detonate at the crucial moment. Ever since the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, Ing Wu Xie had changed his body to a pure dream reality seeker physique body. And because of the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique body mountain's dream path Dao marks, he was able to use lead soul into dream and successfully trap the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Now that the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ing Wu Xie's soul fell into the dream realm. The other immortals were also trapped because they were close. The dream realm's initial appearance cut off all other paths methods. The old man's flame dragon was extremely fierce, but when it reached the dream realm, it was like a phantom. It had no effect. "Humph, you are truly a crafty demon, but you will die today." The old man stomped his feet as he flew into the sky. The stone Lotus Island below him turned into smoke and dissipated. The old man was covered in a layer of flame cloak. He charged towards Fang Yuan like a flaming meteor. Spring scissors followed him like a shadow. They cut his body repeatedly, but they were blocked by the blazing flames. They could not harm the old man at all. Fang Yuan flew back as he activated Summer Fan. Winds blew wildly, causing the old man's flame cloak to flutter loudly, but it was like the fire was being fueled by the wind. It grew stronger and stronger. The old man's mouth opened wide. He showed his sharp teeth as he laughed maniacally. "How is it? My verdant sun flame cloak is peerless. Do you feel despair?" Ha ha ha. Like the old man had said, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to verdant sun flame cloak. Not just that, as they got closer, an intense drunkenness assaulted Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan activated a Wisdom Path killer move. His eyes regained clarity. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of Fire Path, it also simulated the profundities of Human Path, Food Path, and others. The closer he got to the old man, the stronger the drunkenness he felt. Fang Yuan kept retreating. He wanted to pull some distance away from the old man, but things did not go as he wished. The other party's speed surpassed Fang Yuan's. "Demon, you are trapped in the formation. Where can you escape to? Obediently accept your death." The old man roared. The stone Lotus Island earlier was just an illusion. Its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the river of time. This formation was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan could not see through it. Now that it was activated, it formed a formation space, restraining Fang Yuan inside, restricting omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Fang Yuan had previously used a time path formation to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. This time, the Celestial Court also set up a formation to trap Fang Yuan. However, the Celestial Court was much more generous than Fang Yuan. A time path formation set up in the River of Time was not something Fang Yuan could set up. With Fang Yuan's current ability, he could at most set up a time path immortal formation near the tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions. Even in history, there were very few time path great experts who could set up immortal formations in the River of Time. The one who reached the pinnacle was undoubtedly Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This existence's methods had already surpassed the level of time path immortal formations. he directly set up a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Island, affecting a segment of the River of Time for his own use. The Celestial Court had been searching for stone Lotus Islands. Even though they had not found one, it was not without results. The Time Path Immortal Formation here was one of the results. The formation restrained Fang Yuan. He could not dodge or evade. The old man got closer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not retreat. He charged at the old man. The old man was astonished for a moment, but he quickly reacted and waved his hand, sending blazing flames towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fear him. He charged forward. Instead, the raging flames rolled back and attacked the old man. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was flustered. He blocked his killer move, but at this moment, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Fang Yuan was ruthless. He used his body to charge at the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal versus Verdant Sunflame Cloak. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the old man were both sent flying. In this competition, they were evenly matched. The old man was at a slight disadvantage, but soon his flame cloak started burning again. He recovered to his peak state. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very effective against offensive killer moves. But Verdant Sunflame Cloak was mainly used for defense. The power that was reflected was very little. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Ha! You discovered it so quickly. The old man's gaze was dark. It turned out that this Time Path Immortal Formation, other than forming an internal space and isolating the outside, it also had a core ability that was to create an environment that weakened Time Path. The Celestial Court's intention was to use this formation to deal with Red Lotus's true inheritance stone, Lotus Islands. These islands were man-made time paths, secluded domains of heaven and earth. After entering the formation, they would be weakened by the formation. Precisely so, Fang Yuan's two killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan, were so helpless against Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Verdant Sunflame Cloak was very strong. This move was not just the peak of Fire Path. It extended from Fire Path. It involved the profundities of Human Path and Food Path. In terms of subtlety, the Reverse Flow Protection Seal was crude, superficial, and straightforward. Myriad self-killer move. On the other hand, contained Enslavement Path and Strength Path, it was comparable to Verdant Sunflame Cloak in terms of profundity. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan killer moves were even more ordinary. They contained rank 8 Immortal Goo and were amplified by Time Path Dao marks. That was why they were so powerful. They could not break Verdant Sunflame Cloak, but they could still cause a huge impact. It was not like the current battle. The effect was very weak. After Fang Yuan comprehended this, he immediately canceled Winter Coat killer move and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal instead. He managed to turn the situation around. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1646. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. At once, countless dragons danced with silver scales. They charged towards the old man from all directions. After understanding the Time Path formation's details, Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up on his strongest Time Path method, but he could still use other methods. In comparison, Fang Yuan's methods were much more plentiful. The old man snorted coldly, not showing any surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample battle preparations. He was familiar with Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move. "You mudskippers, what can you do to me?" The old man stood proudly in the sky. He did not dodge. He watched as the myriad dragons attacked him. The verdant sunflame cloak on his body burned intensely, wrapping around him like a huge fireball. When the myriad dragons reached the old man, they started to roar strangely. The sword dragons were filled with drunkenness. They flew around randomly. Their ferocious attacks crumbled immediately. When each sword dragon reached a certain level of drunkenness, they started to spontaneously combust with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into lumps of fire. After burning intensely, they dissipated rapidly. From the looks of it, the ferocious old man was able to burn the 10,000 dragons into ashes without even moving. The sword dragons were huge, but when they got close to the old man, they perished immediately. They could not even harm a hair on the old man. Immortal killer move, Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He witnessed the power of this move. It had both offense and defense. It was the bane of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. Then have a taste of my Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan roared internally. He had already used familiar face to disguise as a sword dragon. He followed the dragon army and got close to the old man. Then he pretended to be drunk, closed the distance, and suddenly performed the Luo Pasil. The moment the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan was exposed. Luo Pasil had a grand aura. It could not be concealed. The old man's gaze shined like lightning. He did not fear Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. He charged towards Fang Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The old man bombarded Fang Yuan indiscriminately, but they were all blocked by Fang Yuan's countercurrent protection seal. Fang Yuan did not make a sound as he withstood the old man's attacks. After much effort, he finally succeeded in brewing the Luo Pasil. The old man was already on guard, but for Fang Yuan, it was even more difficult to grasp the opportunity. Finally, he barely managed to shoot out the Luo Pasil. The strange light brushed past the old man's shoulder and only hit a small part of it. The old man suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the flame cloak on Verdant Sun's back was weakened by 40%, as if it had encountered a gale. This move is powerful, but it still can't break through this old man's Verdant Sun flaming cloak. The mighty old man laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he activated a method to heal himself. His speed was faster than Fang Yuan's, and it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to continuously attack him. The old man had a chance to catch his breath. He was at a disadvantage for the moment, but after a while, most of his injuries healed. His aura returned to its peak. Verdant Sun flaming cloak also started burning again. Luo Pasil had terrifying power, but the old man was very vigilant. He did not give Fang Yuan any more chances. His Verdant Sun flaming cloak had outstanding defense. Fang Yuan finally felt how his former opponent felt when facing countercurrent protection seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though it was just a graze, Fang Yuan still obtained valuable information. Luo Pasil targeted the enemy's soul, but the old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu immortal. He had a deep foundation and no weaknesses. His soul's defense was very tight. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit him, it would not be able to kill the old man. There was no way he could kill him in one move. Luo Pasil often needed to be used with lead soul into dream to deal with celestial quartz rank 8 Gu immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house, Ingwuxia, and the rest were still trapped in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal Gu house was still intact, with the help of Ingwuxia's lead soul into dream, Fang Yuan would definitely have the upper hand against the old man. But the old man ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal Gu house. Not only did Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses, he even lost the initiative and fell into a passive situation, unable to gain the upper hand. This situation was very dangerous for Fang Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to break out of it as soon as possible. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon. More sword dragons filled the entire formation space. Even though the old man had the upper hand, he did not relax for a moment. His pupils shrunk as Fang Yuan hid among the flood dragons again. At this time, should he use investigative methods to see through Fang Yuan's true body, or should he eliminate these sword dragons first? If Fang Yuan was not eliminated, the sword dragons would be endless. But the old man knew his limits. He thought to himself, I'm afraid my investigative methods cannot see through familiar face. Fang Yuan is crafty. His intentions are not pure. Although the fierce-looking old man had taken the initiative, and his words and demeanor were both brash and boorish, his heart had always been very cautious and calm. He knew that in a battle between experts of Fang Yuan's level, both sides had rich battle experience. Even though he was in the lead and had the initiative because he attacked first, if he made a mistake, Fang Yuan could turn the situation around. The old man roared. With him as the center, flames burned and spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted like wax in the flames. The old man's decision made Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing with his tactic, controlling the myriad dragons to charge into the formation space. The ones controlling the formation were Central Continent Gu Immortals. Seeing the myriad dragons charge, they wanted to retaliate, but at the next moment, the old man transmitted, "Don't move." Fang Yuan has high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation moves, the easier it is for him to see through it. I will deal with these loaches. Don't be impatient. The old man did not want to give Fang Yuan any chance. The sea of fire burned the sword dragons with shocking power. Fang Yuan snickered as he suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. Immortal killer move. Pure dream reality seeker transformation. He quickly gathered the dream realm and turned it into a lump, turning it into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. Oh no, this demon is so crafty. The old man's expression changed. Fang Yuan's moves were both real and fake. He was flexible and had many changes. He could not grasp him. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly. He wanted to stuff his time path clone in Wu Xie's soul, He Lulan, and by Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man's furious roar could be heard from behind him. Demon, don't even think about it. Boom. A killer move exploded, creating a loud sound that resembled a tsunami. Fang Yuan's scalp turned numb. Without even turning around, he knew that this was the old man's fiercest attack since the start of the battle. It's too late. Fang Yuan did not have much time. His heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he used his full strength. The time path killer move exploded, causing the time around him to speed up. He pulled the immortals into his immortal aperture, but almost at the same time, his back felt like it was punched by a giant. He was sent flying like a cannonball. 15% of reverse flow river was lost. The impact made Fang Yuan's head spin. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He could only save most of the people. Fairy Miao Yin could not be saved. She was still in a comatose state and was instantly burned by the flames that filled the sky. Not even a trace of ash was left. Fang Yuan roared. He controlled myriad dragons to attack the surroundings while attacking the formation himself. The old man became nervous. He attacked Fang Yuan indiscriminately. Fang Yuan held on with reverse flow protection seal. He ignored the old man and attacked the formation. Fang Yuan, you are dreaming if you want to break this formation. The old man roared. Flames burned Fang Yuan's body. Ha ha ha. This is your final struggle before death. The old man pounced behind Fang Yuan. His palms slammed onto Fang Yuan and sent Fang Yuan flying. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He was in a pathetic state, but his gaze was still as cold as ice. He continued to attack this time path formation. It is useless. You still want to break through such a powerful formation? Take a good look at your reverse flow river. It is about to dissipate. The old man mocked. His attacks became more frequent. His killing intent surged crazily. Even though reverse flow protection seal could reflect attacks, the old man also had Verdant Sun Flame cloak. He forcefully endured the reflected attacks. he continued to whittle down reverse flow river. He was not wrong. Fang Yuan's reverse flow river had been through a huge battle. It had already expended a lot of energy. Right now, as he attacked, the river water fell. Fang Yuan's immortal robe became more and more blurry. Suddenly, Fang Yuan roared. He stopped attacking and prepared Luo Pasil. The old man's pupils shrunk. His attacks changed. He was on guard against Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan finished preparing. He waved his hand, but he did not attack the old man. He shot towards the edge of the formation. Ugh! A scream was heard. A rank 7 Gu immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Pasil and died on the spot. How can this be? All of the central continent Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan actually found one of the formation cores in such a short time. He killed the person inside. Luo Pasil had great power against rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these rank 7 Gu immortals. Quick, that formation core is gone. Quickly change the formation and fix it. The Gu immortal shouted. On the other side, the old man shouted as he attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan continued to use the extremely weak reverse flow protection seal to block it. At the same time, he attacked the formation. All sorts of methods were used. The time path immortal formation that the Celestial Court spent a lot of effort to set up broke down. It could not stop Fang Yuan from unraveling it. How can this be? Fang Yuan's analysis of the formation shocked everyone. Quick, block that place. Someone shouted in shock. A hole finally appeared in the formation. It connected to the outside world. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Time to go? You can't leave. Flames howled as they turned into a ferocious old man. He used all his might to protect the loophole behind him. The other central continent Gu immortals saw this and let out sighs of relief. Fang Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man. He said indifferently with overflowing killing intent, "Get out of my way." The old man laughed sinisterly. "It is useless. You cannot do anything to my verdant sun flame cloak." The distance between the two shrunk rapidly. The central continent Gu immortals quickly changed the formation. Someone shouted, "Block Fang Yuan. We only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation." This is a huge change. It will be 10 times harder for him to deduce and unravel it now. The old man scoffed, "Not to mention 5 breaths of time. Even if, His eyes suddenly widened. His expression froze as he looked at Fang Yuan's killer move in disbelief. Fang Yuan's aura was completely restrained. Not a trace leaked out. He clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand's fingers touched his left palm. As if he was grabbing something precious, he clenched them into a fist. His left palm stopped at his chest, while his right fist was raised above his head. This move is... The old man no longer had a smile on his face. His eyes revealed nervousness and even a trace of fear. Indeed, it was the immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Time passed. The first breath. 1 finger. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he raised his right thumb. A sword light suddenly shot out from the center of his right fist, which was raised high above his head. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light was unimaginably fast. The moment it was shot out, it hit the old man's forehead. The old man shook fiercely. The verdant sun flame cloak's fire was weakened by half. The second breath. The second finger. The old man reacted and shouted. The verdant sun flame cloak started burning again. But the sword light hit again. The verdant sun flame cloak was weakened again. The third breath. The third finger. The old man's expression turned pale. He almost crushed his teeth. The verdant sun flame cloak expanded like a fireball. It was the size of a carriage earlier, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared. "This is my verdant sun flame cloak's peak state. Come, you can't break me." The moment he finished speaking, the sword light hit. the verdant sun flame cloak burst like an inflated balloon, returning to its previous state. 5 finger fist, heart, sword became stronger the further it went. The fourth breath, the fourth finger. The old man resisted with all his might, blocking the fourth sword. His face was pale. He took a big step back. The verdant sun flame cloak was like a candle in the wind. Only a thin layer was left. The fifth breath. Fang Yuan sneered. What flame cloak? What a joke. Li Huang, you are putting on mourning clothes for yourself, right? Let's end this. The fifth sword. The old man's body shook, his eyes filled with fear. No, Bo Qing, don't even think of killing me. The flames burned again, and he split into dozens of figures, shooting in all directions. Fang Yuan ignored them. He charged out of the hole and escaped into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The hole from earlier disappeared. It became an inseparable entity once again, firmly sealing the space inside. But Fang Yuan had already escaped. The time path immortal formation was dead silent. The central continent Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dumbfounded. The fire clone quietly dissipated. Only the old man's main body was left. Right now, his face was pale. Anger, fear, shame, hatred, killing intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled his heart. It was like a mess. His expression was twisted into a sinister and terrifying appearance. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There is no fifth sword. Fang Yuan, you lied to me. Chapter 1647. After a bitter battle of wits and strength, Fang Yuan finally broke through the celestial court's ambush and escaped into the river of time. Once he got out of the formation, Fang Yuan felt that it was much harder to maintain reverse flow protection seal. He quickly stopped this move and used the time path killer move Winter Coat. Immortal killer move, familiar face. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he was transforming in the river of time, transformation path was also suppressed by the environment. Although he successfully activated this move, the immortal essence expenditure was dozens of times higher than normal. Thankfully, Familiar Face's core was attitude goo. It only needed to expend mental energy. Thus, on the whole, Familiar Face did not expend much immortal essence. Fang Yuan could barely endure it. Plop! Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake and dove into the river of time, swimming away quickly. I finally broke out of the encirclement and broke through the time path formation. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The situation earlier was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the tighter the defenses of the Celestial Court, the lower the chances of Fang Yuan surviving. There were 2 important factors in breaking out of the encirclement this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to break the time path formation with the help of the time path clone. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment far surpassed the imagination of the Celestial Court. He was able to catch them off guard. Secondly, it was 5 finger fist heart sword. Fang Yuan's cultivation level reached rank 8, and after obtaining his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was one of the cores of 5 finger fist heart sword. Thus, Fang Yuan could use the 4th sword of 5 finger fist heart sword. This was the current limit. To use the 5th sword, Fang Yuan needed other core sword path immortal goo. A lot of rank 8 immortal essence has been expended. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. The immortal essence storage was already close to the warning line. Even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow, and the efficiency of accumulating white lychee immortal essence was very high. But after the consecutive battles, especially the battle just now, when he fought bitterly with the old man Li Huang and broke the Celestial Court's time path formation, he had expended a lot of energy. It's best to retreat first. Under such circumstances, this was the only thought in Fang Yuan's mind. This was the wisest choice. Continuing to fight to the death was absolutely foolish. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? A roar came from behind him. Fang Yuan turned around, and his heart skipped a beat, only to see that 3 immortal goo houses chased after him with fierce momentum. The one on the left was the eternal Arkansas. It was tall and towering, braving the wind and waves. On the deck, rank 8 goo immortal Qin Yi, rank 7 goo immortals 4 Xuanzi, and others were united. They were filled with righteousness. The one in the middle was the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace. Delicate and elegant, the orange eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The immortal goo house was shrouded in 3 layers of autumn sunlight. It was mystical and extraordinary. The one on the right was the shark flow lever. The lever was snow white like jade. A rank 8 goo immortal was standing on it. He wore blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. 3 rank 7 immortal goo houses, at least 3 rank 8 goo immortals. The number of rank 7 experts is unknown. Fang Yuan's heart sank. At this moment, he could feel the determination of the celestial court to kill him. Even though Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast enough. Now that the incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed, he could not hide anymore. The distance between the two continued to shrink. The 3 immortal goo houses attacked from afar. Fang Yuan activated Autumn Hair Killer move. It was like he had eyes on his back. He dodged agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat Killer move to block it. Winter Coat Killer move was amplified by the River of Time, as well as Fang Yuan's time path down marks. It displayed astonishing defensive power. Even though it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was comparable. This is not good. The situation continued to worsen. Fang Yuan thought of countermeasures. Luo Pasil took a long time to activate. It would take even longer in the River of Time. Its power would also be reduced. Moreover, the Celestial Quartz side was definitely on guard. There was little hope of Luo Pasil changing the situation. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Yama Emperor, and others were the same. Fang Yuan could only rely on time path methods like Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. But the 3 immortal goo houses chasing after Fang Yuan were all sturdy like fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to them. As they fought, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves fell rapidly. The situation was getting more dangerous. The Celestial Quartz side chased after Fang Yuan all the way. Their morale was high. They were in high spirits. Suddenly, something strange happened on the river in front of them. Huge fountains appeared. Oh no, this is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon is skilled in luck path. His luck is shocking. He is very hard to kill. As expected, an unforeseen event has occurred here. Follow him. We cannot let him escape. The people of the heavenly court roared, their faces filled with nervousness. Fang Yuan charged into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous. They had the power of time path. If they were larger, they could endanger a rank 8 goo immortal's life. Normally, Fang Yuan would avoid them. But now, the Sudden Spring River segment became his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river. The Sudden Springs exploded around Fang Yuan again and again, but they did not cause much disturbance to him. Fang Yuan had luck inspection immortal goo. The sovereign immortal body's down marks did not conflict. He could clearly sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck path did not show its power normally, but now it was showing its profundity. The 3 immortal goo houses on Celestial Quartz side were having a hard time chasing. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the Sudden Springs. When they finally swooped down, Shark Flow Lever was hit as well. Fang Yuan encountered rank 6 or 7 small and medium-sized sudden springs, while the Celestial Quartz side encountered rank 8 large sudden springs. Even though Fang Yuan was being disrupted by the sudden springs, the Celestial Quartz side was like a weak patient climbing a mountain. The difference between the two formed a clear contrast. The Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals had dark expressions, they felt stifled, and were about to vomit blood from anger. It seems that this time, Feng Jioge is not among the pursuers. Fang Yuan gradually realized. During the Battle of Langya, Fang Yuan had seen Feng Jioge's luck. It was very strong. Even he could not suppress him. If he was here, the Celestial Quartz side would not be in such a pathetic state. Along the way, Fang Yuan charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were already far behind. Only Eternal Yacht could barely keep up. It also charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Without any obstruction, Eternal Yacht's speed rose. It rapidly closed the distance between it and Fang Yuan. I cannot escape like this. Lightning flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He made up his mind and suddenly stopped, turning around to fight. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not escape, the Gu Immortals on Eternal Yacht were overjoyed, but at the next moment, they showed vigilant expressions. Sun Guozi shouted, "Everyone, be careful. The demon is fighting without retreating. He must have some scheme up his sleeve." The moment she said that, Fang Yuan's killer move was activated. Immortal Killer Move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was only at rank 7 level, but with the amplification of Fang Yuan's time path down marks, its power was 100 times greater. At the same time, in the River of Time, it rose to near rank 8 level. At once, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi felt a fatal threat. His hair stood on end. His heart shrunk as he quickly dodged. But Time Cutting Edge's speed was even faster than 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Fang Yuan had just sent it out when the Time Cutting Edge had already reached Qing Yi. Eternal Yacht had defenses, of course, but Time Cutting Edge was like paper. It easily pierced through. Wasn't this move lost long ago? Why does he know this move? Am I going to die here? At once, Qing Ye's face was filled with shock. He fell into deep despair. "Let me—" At the crucial moment, Sun Guozi stood up and stood in front of Qing Yi. Ugh! Sun Guozi's body shook intensely. She was hit by Time Cutting Edge. Her eyes were wide open as she fell on the deck. Huff, huff, huff. Qing Yi breathed roughly. His body was covered in cold sweat. He managed to survive. Sun Guozi. Qing Ye's face was pale. He showed a deeply moved expression. The other 3 Xuanzi looked at each other. They had calm expressions. They felt. Sun Guozi sacrificed herself for Qing Yi in exchange for a huge favor from this rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was definitely a huge gain. "Lord Qing Yi, don't worry about it. We have unique methods to revive Fourth Sister." Shang Xuanzi smiled, purposely showing his sincerity. However, Qing Yi shook his head slowly and said with an extremely serious expression, "I can more or less guess some of the profundities of your methods. I'm afraid your killer moves will be ineffective this time." The 3 Xuanzi were shocked. They asked, "Lord, what do you mean? Please explain." "This is Bao Clan's killer move." The whole of Central Continent was terrified back then. "It is called Time Cutting Edge." Qing Yi said with a complex expression. He could not conceal his lingering fear. "What?" It was this move. The 3 Xuanzi's expressions changed. Their bodies shook as they panicked. They were no longer as calm as before. "No, impossible. Isn't this move already lost?" Shang Xuanzi shook his head. He did not believe Qing Ye's words. "But that is the truth. Stop chasing." Qing Yi breathed in deeply. He had a pale expression. "Lord!" The other rank 7 Gu Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan was right in front of them. This was a good chance. Killing this demon would be a huge merit. On the contrary, If they let him go, the immortals would have to bear great responsibility. But Qingyi had made up his mind. Among the 3 immortal goo houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest, but its defense is the weakest. You saw it. It cannot resist Fang Yuan's time-cutting edge. If we chase, Fang Yuan will only kill us bit by bit. We will be giving Eternal Yacht to him. Also, my immortal aperture is a void aperture, but you have your own accumulations. You cannot nourish this demon. If there were other immortal goo houses besides Eternal Yacht, Qingyi might continue to chase. However, given the current situation, there was no hope of victory at all if they gave chase. Chapter 1648. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he slowly opened his eyes. This was a small underground cave. The cave walls were burning with eerie fire, forming a natural formation. Even though the defense was not strong, it had a good warning effect. Fang Yuan was ambushed by the celestial court in the River of Time. He fought with all his strength and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. After getting rid of Qingyi and the rest, Fang Yuan followed a tributary of the River of Time and arrived at the outside world, Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Zishan Makoto had once set up such eerie fire caves everywhere. Fang Yuan used fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, choosing a random one to hide and recuperate. Even though he had reverse flow protection seal, it did not protect him the entire time. He still had to rely on Winter Coat to protect himself. Not mentioning the intense battle with Li Huang, even while escaping, Fang Yuan had to endure the bombardment of 3 immortal goo houses. His injuries were not light. Fang Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body and slowly stood up. After recuperating in the small cave for a few days, he had already recovered. The main reason was that the sovereign immortal bodies' Tao marks did not conflict with each other. This allowed Fang Yuan's healing effect to be astonishing. The rank 8 white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture had also increased, but it was still below the warning level. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back as he paced around in the small cave. He thought about the situation in front of him, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This time, he had suffered a huge setback in the River of Time. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as narrowly escaping death. Fang Yuan did not have any lingering fear or rejoice. On the contrary, this situation was within his expectations. The celestial court's strength was too great. Fang Yuan's rise was not even a fraction of the celestial court's history. With such a deep foundation, as long as they exerted a bit of effort, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. The battle in the River of Time a few days ago was the best proof. Previously, Fang Yuan had an advantage against the celestial court because he launched a surprise attack, catching the celestial court off guard. The celestial court had no idea where to start. Fang Yuan had been trying his best and seizing every second he had. His strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds, causing the celestial court to make mistakes every time they dealt with him. However, as the celestial court's investigation of Fang Yuan's background became clearer and clearer, it became more and more important. When the time came for a head-on confrontation, Fang Yuan's strength seemed weak. The strength of the heavenly court did not only lie in their own strength and foundation, but most importantly, their unified will. The strength of Southern Border's righteous path was actually very strong. However, the great families had a loose structure, so it was difficult for them to deal with Fang Yuan. The celestial court, however, had been chasing and beating Fang Yuan everywhere. If not for Fang Yuan's craftiness and foresight, any other demonic path Gu Immortal would have been captured or killed by the celestial court. As time passed, the celestial court's defenses in the River of Time would become stronger, and Fang Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance would become slimmer and slimmer. Against such a colossus, What could Fang Yuan do? My white lychee immortal essence is almost used up. Reverse Flow River also only has a bit left. It was used up by Li Huang. It is hard to continue using it. Unlike Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, which had the rank 9 killer move Orderly Order, he could use Landscape as before Gu to recover quickly. Reverse Flow River was hard to deal with. Fang Yuan did not lack methods to recover it, but no matter what, it would be a huge and difficult project. It could be foreseen that for a long time in the future, Fang Yuan would not be able to rely on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He lacked Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Fang Yuan's cultivation level had advanced to rank 8, and with Xia Cha's methods, his strength had risen by quite a bit. It's just that this time, I've revealed too many of my methods. Immemorial Year Beast, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were all part of Fang Yuan's plan. But Five Finger Fist, Heart Sword, and Time Cutting Edge were exposed, which made Fang Yuan feel pity. But there was no other way. In the battle to break out, Fang Yuan had to use all his methods. If he had hidden them, he would have died already. But it is not like I did not gain anything. The details of the Celestial Court were also probed by Fang Yuan. For example, the Celestial Court had a mysterious method that could cause spring-autumn cicada to vibrate. This was out of Fang Yuan's imagination, but now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan understood. He also thought that the time path formation that ambushed him was not targeting him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance. And spring-autumn cicada was the key to Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could the Celestial Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance from spring-autumn cicada? Although they could not refine spring-autumn cicada, they could still mimic it. Li Huang, Qing Yi, new rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. The Celestial Court ruled Central Continent. It could recruit rank 8 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, 1 or 2 veteran experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. It had been established since the immemorial antiquity era. No one could say for sure how deep the foundation of the Celestial Court was. Precisely because of this foundation, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, the Celestial Court ruled Central Continent, fighting 1 against 4. For a long time, the other 4 regions could not even raise their heads. They even destroyed superclans one after another. Perhaps it was because of this that even after Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven, he did not dare to openly attack the Celestial Court. He continued to hide and infiltrate in the dark. And those 3 immortal Gu houses. No, the one I destroyed earlier did not have many immortal Gu destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, the Celestial Court could refine it. I am afraid I will have to face at least 4 of them in the future, or even more. Even the Celestial Court could not easily take out rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortals. But Time Path Immortal Gu houses could be dismantled from other immortal Gu houses, or gathered from the Gu Immortals inventory and assembled. After assembling, the Celestial Court could use a large number of Gu Immortals of other paths to guard the immortal Gu house and seal the entire River of Time. Schemes such as luring the tiger away from the mountain or attacking the besiegers by besieging the enemy would not work. The Celestial Court was the #1 grotto heaven in the 5 regions. It had no worries. If Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, not only would he not be able to find the entrance, even if he managed to enter, he would incur the wrath of the Celestial Court and wake up 2 or 3 rank 8 great experts in the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan's life would be forfeit. If Fang Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to shake the Celestial Court's rule. There would be a huge risk. After all, the Celestial Court had the Wisdom Path great expert, Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's gaze was as cold as ice. He knew clearly if he wanted to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would have to fight the Celestial Court head-on. The tighter the defense of the Celestial Court in the River of Time, the more it proved the importance of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's hope of destroying fate lay in this. I need to hurry. The Celestial Court had all sorts of methods. It was likely that they would obtain Red Lotus true inheritance before Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had to break through the defenses of the Celestial Court and find the Stone Lotus Island, obtaining the most crucial item left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what it was, Fang Yuan had no idea. The Celestial Court probably did not know either. Guarding the River of Time was the Celestial Court scheme. Because they had the advantage in battle, the Celestial Court did not have to worry about Fang Yuan not attacking. Fate Gu was about to be repaired. Fang Yuan had to break through the Celestial Court's defenses and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance to have a chance of destroying fate. Even if he was injured, even if there was an ambush, even if there was a slim chance of survival, Fang Yuan had to do it. There is no ingenious method or shortcut. I can only let my strength continue to rise. Until it surpasses the strength of the Celestial Court, I will break through all obstructions and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. With this goal achieved, Fang Yuan would have the qualifications to continue contending with the Celestial Court. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1649. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Western Desert. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was snow white. Fang Yuan's time path clone stepped into this place. He grabbed a handful of sand and inspected it carefully. These grains of sand were full and sparkling like ice, giving off a trace of coldness. It was a sunny day now. Mini Western Desert's temperature was not low, but it was cool and comfortable in this desert. Fang Yuan's clone picked up a handful of snowy white sand and placed it in his mouth. When the sand touched his saliva, it melted and gave off a faint, salty taste. This was salt sand. In human history, salt sand had a story that had been passed down for a long time. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era, even though humans created the Celestial Court, the variant humans of the other 4 regions were still very powerful. They suppressed and enslaved humans. In Western Desert, there was a human city that was being oppressed and ostracized by the variant humans. The variant humans worked together and disguised themselves as bandits, robbing any caravan that was heading towards the human city. As time passed, the human city lacked resources and could not hold on any longer. For the safety of the entire city, the human city lord had to compromise with one of the variant human tribes, marrying off his beloved daughter in exchange for peace. The city lord's beloved daughter knew the big picture. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire city. The marriage was quickly gathered and set off from the city, escorted by the human city lord. When they were traveling in the desert, they met an old man who had fainted. The old man's injuries were severe. He was on the brink of death. His body was covered in abscesses, and he stank. The city lord saw that he was a human. He sent his subordinates to save him and feed him water. The old man slowly woke up and thanked the city lord. "Oh, city lord, since you saved me, why don't you save me again? Give me your robe and your mount. I can leave on my own." The city lord's subordinates mocked him. The city lord's robe was so precious. How could it be worn by an old beggar like him? The city lord waved his hand. No matter how precious the robe is, it cannot compare to a person's life. "I have a spare robe. I will give it to you now. But my mount can only be ridden by a strong Gu master. If I give it to you, it will only harm your life." After saying that, the city lord handed the robe, a large amount of clean water, and dry rations to the old man. Then the city lord ordered someone to bring over a docile camel and gave it to the old man. The old man sighed with emotion. "City lord, I've heard of your benevolence. Now that I've seen you today, it's indeed true. Since you want to do a good deed, you might as well do it to the end. This abscess on my back has been bothering me for years. As long as a virgin girl born on a ean year, ean month, ean day, personally bites it open for me, it will be healed." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the city lord's subordinates started cursing him. They almost attacked and killed him. The city lord was also angry because everyone knew that his daughter was a virgin girl born in the Een year, Een month, Een day. The city lord said, "Sir, please don't make fun of me. Although I am the city lord, I am also a pitiful father at this moment. I love my daughter, but I had no choice but to give her to the feathermen with ulterior motives and make her their slave concubine. Father, if my sacrifice can be exchanged for the survival of the entire city, I am willing to accept this fate." At this moment, the city lord's daughter walked over. It turned out that the commotion had attracted her attention. From the mouths of the bystanders, she understood what had happened. She walked in front of the old man and nodded. "Sir, please let me take a look at the abscess on your back. You are willing to treat my injury." The old man was puzzled. "Yes, although I am the city lord's daughter, and others say that my status is noble. How noble can it be?" The city lord's daughter smiled bitterly. "Only when the entire human race becomes noble will our status truly be noble. I already have no hope and will become a slave concubine of the mutants. If that's the case, why don't I come and treat you? Our human race is too weak. It's good to have one more person recover." When the city lord and the others heard this, they were very touched and did not stop her. The old man revealed the abscess on his back. It was extremely ugly, and the abscess flowed everywhere, giving off a pungent stench. Anyone who saw it would have the urge to vomit. The city lord's daughter was stunned, but in the end, she endured the discomfort and used her teeth to break the abscess on the old man's back. Once the wound was broken, what was left behind was a silver-colored liquid. The juices flowed into the desert, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air, causing the entire wedding procession to feel refreshed. The old man's figure vanished. Only his voice was left behind, resounding in everyone's ears. "Oh, city lord, only a person like you is worthy of me saving you. Humans cannot just have goo immortals. They need goo masters like you to have hope. I will leave this desert to you. Manage it well." The city lord and the others realized that the old man was a human goo immortal. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. And this desert, after being contaminated by the silver-colored liquid, turned into snow-white salt sand. The city lord controlled such a huge desert and sold the salt sand as table salt. He did not have to worry about sales. The city was revived and grew stronger day by day. By now, salt sand was no longer a product of Western Desert. It had already spread to the other 4 regions. The salt sand in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was obtained after annexing the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals. After inspecting the area, Fang Yuan's clone had a deep understanding of this desert. He returned in satisfaction. Right now, in jewel yellow skies, Celestial Court has already started to sell silver dragonfish. It seems that they must have obtained the method to raise dragonfish from spectral soul. In time, the golden dragonfish will also enter the market. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. In the short term, because he had already occupied the market share, his dragonfish business had a lot of profits. But in the future, he would definitely be pushed aside by Celestial Court. But it did not matter. After Fang Yuan annexed the deities of Southern Frontier, his sovereign immortal aperture gained more than 10 blessed lands and even a grotto heaven. Forget about the salt sand. It was only an ordinary goo material. But there were many immortal materials. 5 to 6 of them could rival the dragonfish business. For example, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool was one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan was still making huge profits. His accumulation of immortal Yuan stone was several times faster than before. Earlier, he had been working hard, there was almost no shortage in the feeding of immortal goo. Even though he gained some immortal goo as spoils of war, Fang Yuan also obtained the immortal apertures of goo immortals. He could perfectly relocate all the resource points. There are some flaws in the feeding of immortal goo, but it is not a problem. The Time Path clone took one last look at the salt sand before activating fixed immortal travel. This salt sand desert was the second last resource point that he inspected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone arrived at City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a large group of hairy men gathered. These hairy men were mostly captured by Fang Yuan from the immortal apertures of Southern Border Goo Immortals. Southern Border Goo Immortals all raised hairy men to refine mortal goo. Hairy man slaves were the most popular type in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan gathered these hairy men from the immortal apertures and placed them in City Well. Currently, raising hairy men was the greatest help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan imparted some dream path goo recipes and cultivation methods to these hairy men. These hairy men's main task was to enter their own dream realms and search for dream path goo materials, then refine dream path mortal goo for Fang Yuan to use. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move expended a lot of dream path mortal goo. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, he had already used up all of the dream path mortal goo that he had. If not for these hairy men refining dream path mortal goo to replenish them, Fang Yuan might not have been able to explore all of the dream realms that he had. When Fang Yuan's clone arrived at City Well, the sky was turning dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it felt like dusk. Ever since Fang Yuan became rank 8, the sovereign blessed land became a grotto heaven. It had astronomical changes. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, this astronomical change was very detailed. It was almost the same as the outside world of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's clone was about to go down to observe the hairy men when his body froze. A bright light flashed in his eyes. My main body has already found the location of the 5 Xiang seal. Fang Yuan rested in the eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and entering White Heaven. His immortal aperture was in good condition. He did not need to rest. His immortal essence storage was rising slowly. He did not want to waste time. He went to White Heaven. This was the time for the 5 Xiang seal to open. The 1,000 years bet would begin again. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Chapter 1650, Immemorial White Heaven. In the sky that was originally empty, there was now a tall gate tower. The gatehouse had tall eaves. There were 2 brick carvings on the door. There was a huge plaque on the door with the words 5 Xiang's Gambling Door written on it. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass. It gave off a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. Chi Clan had a total of 6 Goo Immortals. They were all standing outside the gatehouse, waiting for it to turn solid. The leader was an old Goo Immortal. He was thin but energetic. His eyes were shining brightly. His hands were behind his back. His back was straight like a spear. It was Chi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Chi Fa. On his left was the second Supreme Elder of the Chi Clan, Chi Kai. He stroked his beard and said, "I've experienced the opening of the seal a few times, but this is the only time I'm impatient. I can't wait any longer." Third Supreme Elder, Chi Jin, smiled. "This bet has been going on for thousands of years. It will finally come to an end today. As Chi Clan's descendants, we can proudly worship our ancestors. The final victor of this bet is our Chi Clan." As they spoke, the gatehouse turned solid. A large area of clouds gathered, supporting the gatehouse. 5 colored lights flashed on the doorframe, each representing the strength of the 5 Xiang. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. But Shui Xiang Shui clan, because they cultivated blood path, was completely extinct. No one survived. Thus, after the red light shined for a while, it dissipated. Next, yellow light replaced it. On the other hand, Qi Xiang's Qi clan had descendants, but they were all living in their ancestors' immortal apertures. They did not think about improving themselves. They were like pigs and dogs in a pen. They naturally did not have any Gu immortals. Next, there was a brown light. Ni, Xiang Ni clan had Gu immortals in the past. Even though there were not many, they were all elites, especially Ni Run. Some people speculated that his refinement path, attainment, level might have reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. He was the one who fused many immortal Gu with Ni clan's bloodline. This was to leave a legacy for future generations, but now Ni clan's villages were all controlled by Qi clan. They could not make a comeback. After the brown light was a plain white light. It's our turn. Qi Kai's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he became even more impatient. Let's go. Qi Fa's tone was firm. He led the 4 Gu immortals behind him and landed in front of the gatehouse, bathing in white light. The white light shook slightly as it strengthened rapidly, sweeping through the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals before returning to its previous state and continuing to shine. But Qi clan's Gu immortals were all here. The descendant of the Qi phase did not increase anymore, and the white light also dissipated. As for the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals, there was a white cyclone on their foreheads. They had passed the test of Bai Xiang's seal. They were qualified to enter the 5 Xiang's gambling door. The last one is the Bai family, Qi Jin said, unable to hide the nervousness in his voice. Qi clan's Gu immortals landed on the clouds before they entered the gambling door. They were on high alert as they looked around. They knew of Bai Ningbing's existence. Bai Ningbing had inherited Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and even cultivated the immortal killer move Bai Xiang. She had a stunning performance in many battles. When Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's information, they also took into consideration the shadow sect members around Fang Yuan. Even though Bai Ningbing did not truly join the shadow sect, her information was still leaked. Even though Qi clan was a secluded clan that did not participate in worldly conflicts, they still paid attention to the outside world's information. The blue light shined for a while, but no one appeared. It weakened and was about to dissipate. Qi Kai let out a breath of air. All right, Bai Ningbing did not appear after all. This time, my Qi clan will definitely win. Ugh. He had just said that when he saw 2 figures flying over. They were extremely fast, landing in front of the gatehouse in the blink of an eye. Qi clan's Gu immortals looked over. They saw a man and a woman. The woman's silver hair was sparkling like tassels. It reached her waist. She had a pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils that emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow. She had a cold expression. Her beauty was breathtaking. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of small red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. Seeing this female immortal, Qi clan's Gu immortals thought of a name, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing came after all. This is bad. Then, who is the person beside her? Qi Jin first noticed Bai Ningbing. He then turned his gaze to the other Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was a young man with long hair that reached his waist, but it was black like a waterfall. He had a tall nose bridge and a handsome face. His eyes were dark and deep. They were like the darkness that existed since time immemorial, able to drown the world. Seeing this young Gu immortal, Qi Jin felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook fiercely as his heart turned cold. His throat moved. His voice became hoarse as he said with difficulty, Fang Yuan. His performance was quite good. The Qi clan Gu immortal beside him was already shaking. His legs were shaking, and his body was covered in cold sweat. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's relationship was widely acknowledged by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. If Bai Ningbing appeared to participate in the 5 Xiang's bet, then it was possible that Fang Yuan would come as well. They had already discussed this before the Qi family took action, so everyone was mentally prepared for it. But When Fang Yuan appeared in front of them, they realized that their mental preparations were useless. Fear, panic, hesitation, and other emotions filled their bodies and minds. They felt like they had fallen into an icy cave. This was Fang Yuan. He had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn. He refined immortal goo on Three Kings Mountain as a mortal. He seized to immortal blessed land of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. He went to Northern Plains and destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower. Nobody knew how many benefits he obtained. He inherited Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and cooperated with Lang Ya Blessed Land's variant humans. He was a traitor. He disguised as Wu Yihai and deceived Wu Yong. He toyed with the whole of Southern Border's righteous path in the Battle of the Dream Realm. He became the sect leader of Shadow Sect. Southern Border's righteous path chased after him. Celestial Court put him on the wanted list, but he was still at large, getting stronger as he fought. In the regional wall, he used rank 7 cultivation level to beat up rank 8 Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch, causing Celestial Court to lose its reputation. Lang Ya Blessed Land was invaded by Celestial Court. He snatched fixed immortal travel and left. Several months ago, he ambushed the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He kidnapped countless Southern Border Gu Immortal experts and extorted them from the superforces. Not long ago, Celestial Court released information in jewel yellow skies. Even the battle in the River of Time that no one knew about was exposed. The whole of the 5 regions' Gu Immortal world was shaken. Fang Yuan became a rank 8 Gu Immortal without anyone knowing. He had killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, 5-Finger Fist, Heart Sword. And the most bizarre thing was he even learned the long-lost time cutting edge. And Fang Yuan saw that his own information was exposed. He directly exposed the methods of Celestial Court. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The Gu Immortal world was in an uproar. Celestial Court's foundation and methods shocked everyone. But what was even more terrifying was that Fang Yuan still escaped. Celestial Court set up a super time path formation in the River of Time. They had several rank 8s and many immortal Gu houses, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan lost, to put it bluntly, he was like a pathetic dog when escaping for his life. After this battle was exposed, his reputation soared. It was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, not only because of his craftiness and ferocity, but also because his opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court was established since the remote antiquity era. It had 3 million years of history. It had suffered multiple invasions by demon venerables, but was still standing strong. It had deep foundation. It had been the #1 force of humanity since its establishment. Celestial Court, after such a long time, Celestial Court still could not do anything to a demonic path Gu Immortal. This situation was extremely rare. Looking at the entire history of Celestial Court, there were only a handful of such cases. Countless Gu Immortals and superforces were watching. They wanted to see when Celestial Court would capture Fang Yuan. How long could Fang Yuan last? Under such a spectating mood, Fang Yuan's reputation soared like the sun in the sky. Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, could resist rank 8. Rank 8 Fang Yuan had already become the king of demonic immortals that shocked the world. He rose up like a comet. His speed was shocking and otherworldly. Right now, this comet had already turned into a blazing sun. It was so bright that many people could not raise their heads to look at it. Demon King Fang Yuan. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were shaking even more intensely. Fang Yuan's appearance alone was enough to intimidate these people. Chapter 1651. Everyone, don't panic. Qi Fa spoke. His voice was hoarse and hoarse. His normally straight body was like a bamboo pole in the wind. He was shaking lightly. No one laughed at him. Qi Clan had 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals and 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals. They were not Fang Yuan's match even if they worked together. In front of Fang Yuan, They were like fish on a chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted to him. After Chi Fa spoke, he mustered his courage and continued, "We are now in front of the gambling door. We have obtained the gatehouse's approval and can explore that grotto heaven. We are also protected by the gatehouse. If Fang Yuan wants to kill us, he will have to get past the gatehouse first. But if he wants to destroy the gatehouse, he will destroy the bet and cannot enter the world on the other side." Chi Fa's words calmed everyone's heart. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Chi Fa. He smiled and praised. "He is quite scheming." Chi Fa's words were directed at Chi Clan's Gu Immortals. They were also advice to Fang Yuan. It was not without reason that Chi Clan was able to become the final victor of the Five Xiangs bet. After so many years, Chi Clan had developed to their current state. They suppressed and enslaved the other four clans. They did not have much of a reputation. They were very well hidden. Even Southern Border's righteous path did not notice them. At least, they did not try to touch the Five Xiang's supreme treasures. This showed Chi Clan's ability. But no matter how capable they were, against Fang Yuan, they were in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan's smile was even more terrifying in their eyes. He bared his white teeth, like sharp swords and spears that emitted a cold light. Fang Yuan took a look at Chi Clan's Gu Immortals before turning his gaze to Bai Ningbing. The two had already discussed this beforehand. Bai Ningbing nodded at Fang Yuan and flew into the gatehouse. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals were stirred, but they could only watch. As soon as Bai Ningbing entered the light blue icy light, it caused the icy light to waver for a moment before stabilizing. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was a little worried about Bai Ningbing's identity as a dragonoid. After all, dragonoids were mutants and not considered orthodox humans. However, from the looks of it, the gatehouse only recognized Bai Ningbing's bloodline and identity. It didn't care whether she was a mutant or a human. After a few deep breaths, Bai Ningbing officially received the approval of the gatehouse. Following an invisible gentle force, she landed on the clouds. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals' gazes flickered with regret. Looks like Bai Ningbing hasn't been enslaved by Fang Yuan. Otherwise, the gatehouse wouldn't have acknowledged her. What a pity. Damn it, Bai Ningbing obtained the recognition and can enter the world on the other side of the gatehouse. Ever since Bai Ningbing was under the control of Elder Inkstone, the latter had never tried to enslave her. All their cooperation was in the nature of a transaction. After Bai Ningbing submitted to Fang Yuan, although Fang Yuan had ways to control her, he had never done it. It was precisely because of this gatehouse that he had taken into consideration. Bai Ningbing landed on the clouds. After inspecting it carefully, she turned around and said to Fang Yuan, "As long as I land on this cloud, I will have obtained the gatehouse's approval. Moreover, Gu Immortals cannot attack each other for now." Okay. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His next action caused the Chi Clan Gu Immortals to gasp in shock. Fang Yuan also flew into the light blue light. The light blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Fang Yuan was in his original appearance, he had already activated the immortal killer move Familiar Face. He had modified this move and added in Blood Path Immortal Gu, allowing him to disguise as a descendant. Back then, he had deceived Wu Clan like this, disguising as Wu Yihai and infiltrating Southern Border's righteous path. But before Fang Yuan could feel happy, the other four lights flashed on the gatehouse's surface. These four lights represented the strength of the other four Xiangs. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Earlier, he had asked Bai Ningbing to go first because he wanted to trick the light blue light. He flew into the light and deceived the light blue light, but to think that the other four Xiang's strength would burst out. Boom! The gatehouse shook. A formless force pushed Fang Yuan out of the light. Even Familiar Face can't deceive him. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. This was a group that had once led Southern Border's Gu immortal world. They displayed their might and strength at this moment. Qi Clan's 5 Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Joy appeared on their faces. Fang Yuan's actions gave them a huge fright, but the final result made them feel gratified. So close, Fang Yuan could not get in. We have hope. This way, Fang Yuan will be left outside, while we only have to deal with Bai Ningbing. Her Bai Xiang killer move is troublesome, but our Qi Xiang true inheritance is not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan looked at this gatehouse with rapt attention. Undeniably, he had underestimated this gatehouse, or more accurately speaking, Shadow Sex information, and Bai Ningbing's information did not have much information on this gatehouse. To deceive this gatehouse, it was impossible to rely on familiar face alone. Fang Yuan did not want Bai Ningbing to explore alone. Bai Ningbing was not reliable. Even if she was, she could not deal with so many Qi Clan Gu immortals alone. Even though Fang Yuan suffered a setback, his determination to sneak in did not waver. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang, these are the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs. This gatehouse was clearly created by them together. It has the strength of all 5 of them. Fang Yuan fell into rapid thought. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang corresponded to Qi Path, Ice Path, Blood Path, Earth Path, and Food Path. Blood Path and Earth Path. Fang Yuan had high attainment levels in them. He was very confident. In Food Path, even though his attainment level was not high, Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It contained the most authentic Food Path inheritance in the world. With such a foundation, Fang Yuan could be said to be in a strategic position. He had a deep foundation. His Qi Path and Ice Path attainment levels were very low, but his Ice Path cultivation was not a problem, because Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang true inheritance had great reference value. Fang Yuan was able to deceive the light blue ice light. So the only obstacle is the power of Qi Xiang. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was not high enough. Fang Yuan had little knowledge of Qi Path inheritances. After all, Qi Path had been declining for a long time. But it does not matter. I still have the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan decided to use the light of wisdom to forcefully break through. Qi Clan's Gu immortals conversed secretly. What is he doing? He seems to be deducing. Didn't the Celestial Court announce that this demon's wisdom path methods are extraordinary? It is useless. How can he deduce the arrangements of the 5 Xiangs in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu immortals were very confident in this. They had already tried to unravel the power of the 5 Xiangs, but there were no results. Not only did 1 or 2 Gu immortals fail, generations of Gu immortals had tried, but to no avail. They had failed too many times against the power of the 5 Xiangs seal. How could Fang Yuan be able to do it? Maybe Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods are far above us, but if he wants to deduce it now, he is too naive. This is like trying to deduce an unknown immortal killer move for the first time in a battle, trying to deduce and unravel it. He is too naive. Qi Fa shook his head incessantly. It seemed that with his words, the courage in his heart resurfaced, and his timidity gradually dissipated. Boom! At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, attacking the gatehouse. The gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Gu immortals' expressions changed. This. The demon attacked. He actually attacked the gatehouse. After destroying this teleportation door, does he not want to go to the other side? Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation after failing to divine? Bam, bam, bam. As Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, the entire gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Gu immortals also shook intensely. They could not stand steadily. They were like candles in the wind. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear, and some of them even began to tremble. Once the gatehouse was destroyed, they would have no protection. They would be captured by Feng Yuan. It would depend on Feng Yuan's mood. You must persevere. Qi Clan's Gu immortals prayed madly in their hearts. Feng Yuan's attacks gradually stopped. Qi Clan's Gu immortals breathed roughly. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of their lives hanging by a thread was too terrible. They had never been so nervous before. But in the end, the gatehouse did not fall. The demon did not succeed. This is great. Qi Jin cheered. The other Qi Clan Gu immortals were overjoyed. They had excited expressions. Feng Yuan looked at them as he showed a mocking smile. Oh, why do you think I stopped? Saying so, he activated an indescribable immortal killer move. There was no light or shadow. It was plain and plain, but his aura suddenly underwent an extremely profound change. Next, Feng Yuan slowly descended, bathed in the blue light. He easily obtained the gatehouse's acknowledgement and landed beside Bai Ningbing. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were all dumbfounded. Some even had their mouths wide open. They were motionless like statues. Their faces were filled with shock. Some unbreakable beliefs in their hearts were crumbling with Feng Yuan's success. This demon actually did it. This must be a dream. How can this be? How did he succeed in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu immortals were extremely puzzled. A deep chill swept through their bodies and minds. Feng Yuan's battle strength was already ridiculous now that he displayed wisdom path attainment. It was beyond the limits of Qi Clan's Gu immortals' knowledge. No wonder the celestial court could not do anything to such a monster. And how could they deal with him? Gatehouse! Oh, ancestor! This Feng Yuan is an outsider. He cheated. Qi Kai shouted angrily. His expression was filled with fear as well as sadness and anger. But the gatehouse was silent. The power of the five Xiang's seal had stopped. Soon, an intense aura rose from the gatehouse. 5 colored lights shined brightly again. Qi Clan's Gu immortals saw this and showed expressions of despair. Because they knew that the gatehouse's change was not because it had exposed Feng Yuan's identity, it was about to teleport away. If you like this novel, you are welcome to vote for it at Start Point. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1652. The dazzling radiance gradually dissipated. Feng Yuan took a look. His surroundings had changed. He was teleported to a small world by the gatehouse. Bai Ningbing was beside him, maintaining the distance from Feng Yuan before the teleportation. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's expression changed. A mysterious message was transmitted to her mind. She looked at Feng Yuan, seeing that he was unmoved. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a public grotto heaven. The heavens surveying 5 Xiangs had once donated a portion of their immortal apertures to create it. The entire grotto heaven is split into 5 parts. The regions cannot be moved between. Only the central mountain range is the same. That treasure of the bet is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as the gatehouse acknowledges it, the Gu immortals who are teleported here can try to get it. Along the way, there are some resources that the heavens surveying 5 Xiangs left here. If you have enough strength, you can take them for yourself, but I suggest you not to dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Bai Ningbing received this mysterious message, but Feng Yuan did not. It seems that even though I used the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move and disguise myself, it is still too crude. But it is still too crude. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze as he looked afar. This means that we are very far from Qi Clan's Gu immortals, and we cannot move between the regions. Even if I disguise as Bai Xiang's descendant, I can only move around in this Bai Xiang grotto heaven. Feng Yuan wanted to test fixed immortal travel, but he did not know what Qi Xiang's region looked like. He had once killed Qi Clan's Gu immortal Qi Zai, But this person was one of the Gu immortals who advanced in the last 1,000 years. He had never been here, so he did not have any memories of this place. According to my experience of undoing the seals on the gatehouse, there should be a strong and tight defense here. There should be no space path or other methods. Even if I use fixed immortal travel, there is little chance of me getting out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. Soon, he made a decision. Let's go to the center. The entire public grotto heaven's 5 regions all led to the central mountain range, and the treasure of the bet was hidden in the mountain range. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan went straight for it. He did not need to search for Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Putting aside the fact that it was a waste of time and energy, they might not even be able to find it. As long as he reached the mountain range, he would be able to see Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing flew together, crossing mountains and ridges along the way. Bai Xiang cultivated the ice and snow Dao. This place was a part of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, so even though there were tall mountains and precipitous ridges, they were all covered in thick white snow. Look over there. Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Her gaze was fixed on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was extremely steep, and at the peak of the mountain, there were hundreds of ice mirror snow lotuses. This was a rank 6 immortal material that contained ice path and would path Dao marks. There were many snow monsters around the snow lotus. There were many desolate level snow monsters. Once someone barged into this place and had designs on the ice mirroring snow lotus, these snow monsters would step in to stop them. In fact, Fang Yuan had already noticed it. He glanced at it indifferently before flying past with Bai Ningbing. Even though these desolate-level snow monsters were not Fang Yuan's match, Fang Yuan did not want to waste time here. He went straight to the center of the public grotto heaven. Ice mirroring snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1,000-year profound ice, wide frost water, heaven craft divine jade. Along the way, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they were very abundant. The deeper they went, the more resources there were in the grotto heaven, the more valuable they were. Of course, the beasts and trees guarding the resource points were also getting stronger. This was clearly the arrangement of the 5 Xiang. They wanted to test their descendants. Even though Fang Yuan could sweep through everything with his strength, he ignored these benefits. He only wanted to go to the central mountain range. Howl! A beast group roared as they flew out of the valley, charging towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were jade frost antelopes. Some were as big as palaces, some were as small as 2 or 3 houses. The antelope's eyes were jade green, they had no pupils. The antelope's horns were curved upwards, one segment at a time. Even though the antelopes had no wings, they could move forward by jumping in the air. Every time they jumped, their hooves would emit a trace of white frost chi, producing the sound of wind chimes. This group of jade frost antelopes was very strange. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions changed slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand. A fan appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by him. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Boom. Summer Fan whipped up a tornado. The tornado was only the surface. It was the true power of Time Path. The aggressive antelope group was immediately engulfed by the intense wind. They were instantly cleared. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing on the ground with loud sounds. In an instant, this large group of jade frost antelopes died. Not just that, the snowy peak below was also destroyed by Fang Yuan's fan, forming a huge pile of rocks over 100 li Fang Yuan. However, shot down like lightning with a loud sound, rocks flew everywhere. He looked at a huge rock wall, sensing the aura on it. His expression was colder than ice. This was a Gu formation that Fang Yuan had already destroyed. It had a clear Qi path style. It seems that the rule of not moving between the 5 regions cannot restrict Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, who was flying down. Bai Ningbing nodded. This is understandable. After so many years, Qi clan has entered this place many times. They have a deeper understanding of this place. Many of the 5 xiangs arrangements cannot restrict them anymore. From the looks of it, the rest of our journey won't be smooth sailing. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Qi clan's Gu immortals are trying to stop us. They are definitely stalling for time so that they can snatch the treasure. In that case, we should not stay any longer. Let's set off. The two of them continued to fly, and as Bai Ningbing had expected, they were intercepted by many beasts along the way. But these beast groups crumbled under Fang Yuan's attacks. They were barely able to stall for time. Fang Yuan's methods are so terrifying. The small beast hide that we caused is like paper. No, it's as easy as blowing off dust for him to get rid of them. It's really too terrifying. They are here. They are close to the central mountain range. Don't panic. There is still a defensive line in the mountain range. There is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defensive line is broken. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing are already here. Qi clan's Gu immortals conversed. The atmosphere was getting tenser. When Fang Yuan arrived, the Qi clan Gu immortals' hair stood on end. The atmosphere was so intense that it was almost solid. The location of the treasure was very obvious. When Fang Yuan flew into the central mountain range, he saw it from afar. At the highest peak, there was a palace. It had the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan successfully entered the immortal Gu house. He saw that at the center of the hall, Qi clan's 5 Gu immortals were sitting around the treasure. Then, his eyes were firmly glued to the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was actually a white crane. This white crane only had 1 leg. Its feathers were pure white like snow. It was untainted by even a speck of dust. Its beak was red. Its wings were folded, and its eyes were tightly shut. Fang Yuan's brows quickly furrowed. He discovered the peculiarity of the white crane. It was not a true life form. It was not an immortal Gu, but it was giving off rank 9 aura. Amazing! Fang Yuan laughed heartily. So the treasure of the 1,000 years bet is a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's laughter made the Qi clan Gu immortals' bodies shake. While they were fearful, they also felt anger. The 5 xiangs bet, Qi clan's treasure that they had painstakingly hidden, was actually coveted by an outsider. He was trying to get his hands on it. The Qi family had already regarded the treasure as their own. Fang Yuan wanted it. This was a huge grudge. Qi clan's Gu immortals and Fang Yuan were irreconcilable enemies. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He did not say anything. He pointed with his finger as a sword light shot out, attacking the Qi clan Gu immortals. The 5 Qi clan Gu immortals were instilling their wills into the white crane immortal killer move. They did not move, allowing the sword light to attack them. At the critical moment, a 5-colored radiance suddenly rose in the hall and quietly melted the sword light. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. This hall could gather the strength of the entire public grotto heaven. It was also the strongest part of the heavens surveying 5 xiangs seal. With such a force supervising it, Fang Yuan and Qi clan's Gu immortals could not attack each other for now. Of course, Fang Yuan could attack them forcefully, but he would need to suppress the heaven-surveying 5 xiangs. He would also cause huge damage to the entire public grotto heaven. No wonder Qi clan's Gu immortals are not moving, but since they have the qualifications to refine this killer move treasure, so can I? Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she got closer to the killer move. Next, she imitated the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals and instilled her will into it. The 5 Qi clan Gu immortals showed anxious expressions. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Her expression changed. She quickly called out to Fang Yuan, "Come quickly!" Even without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already arrived beside her. He instilled his will into the immortal killer move and understood the situation. At the same time, a message from thieving heaven demon Venerable entered his mind. "Oh, later, I am Benjia's son. You call me thieving heaven demon Venerable. When I was exploring immemorial white heaven, I found a mystical existence by chance. It was like the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. It was extremely sensitive. I spent a lot of effort to capture it alive. After researching it, I found it to be even more mystical. It seems to be related to the deepest secret of this world. It resonates with the second half of the Legends of Renzu. I called it the natural heavenly spirit for now. It could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in my grotto heaven. It is filled with providence. It can be replenished at any time. Even I cannot refine it with my own will. I thought about it and found a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. I named it Heaven Form. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it or vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1653. Heaven Form. Fang Yuan was shocked, but also realized. He understood everything now. Thieving heaven demon, Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in space path and created theft path. He also had great talent in refinement path. He spent his entire life trying to leave the Gu Master world and return to his homeland. He was the wealthiest Venerable. He collected immortal materials from all over the world and refined immortal Gu. He traveled to many places. His footprints were all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. One time, when he was traveling in white heaven, he accidentally found a mystical existence. After researching it, he named it the natural heavenly spirit. Even though he had the strength of a demon Venerable, he could not refine this natural heavenly spirit. This was not hard to understand. According to the information left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable, this natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of white heaven, and in white heaven it was constantly being replenished by providence. When Gu immortals refined immortal Gu, the essence was to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the immortal Gu and refine the immortal Gu into their own tools. Thieving heaven demon, Venerable wanted to refine the natural heavenly spirit. Even though the method was complicated, the essence was the same. Even though the demon Venerable's will was strong against the natural heavenly spirit's providence, which was constantly being replenished by providence, he could not win. Thieving heaven demon Venerable suffered a setback, but he was not discouraged. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He thought of a way to combine the natural heavenly spirit with other Gu worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan think of his ghostly concealment killer move. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though a long time had passed since thieving heaven demon Venerable used it, these 2 moves still existed. This seemed to be thieving heaven demon Venerable's style. The problem was, even if thieving heaven demon Venerable thought of a way to turn the natural heavenly spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move Heaven Form, he could not manipulate or use it, because he had not truly refined the natural heavenly spirit yet. But this was all within thieving heaven demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit in a short period of time. So he thought of this method to turn the natural heavenly spirit into the immortal killer move Heaven Form. This way, the natural heavenly spirit would receive less replenishment from providence. After thieving heaven demon, Venerable created Heaven Form. He did not use it anymore. Before he mysteriously disappeared, he left behind many thieving heaven true inheritances. He did not forget Heaven Form. Heaven Form has not been truly refined yet. I can't do it alone. It needs a long time and generations of wills to cleanse it. One day, it would be truly refined by a Gu immortal. At that time, It will be used by one person. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message also said that even though this killer move was left behind by him, because he could not control it, it was not counted as part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It needed the efforts of future generations. It was at most half a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan could completely speculate what would happen after that. One day, when the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs explored immemorial white heaven, they unexpectedly found this half of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message was very clear. This was a rank 9 killer move that could only be used by one person. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted it. They could not agree to it. Internal strife ensued. The 5 Xiangs only existed in name. The 5 Xiangs took action. They found that they could not refine this killer move with just the 5 of them. Thus, the 5 Xiangs made a 1,000-year bet. They decided to use a dual method to compete for the ownership of the immortal killer move. The river of time was turbulent. The wind and rain of time had destroyed many of its currents. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, the 5 Xiangs died. Generations of Gu immortals from the 5 clans appeared and disappeared. But now, Qi clan obtained a decisive advantage. After countless generations of hard work, the immortal killer move was finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan interfered. One could imagine how angry and hateful Qi clan's Gu immortals were. Since our ancestors, so many generations of hard work, we poured our blood and sweat into it. It was about to bear fruit, but you came to take it. How shameless! Too shameless, too despicable. It was these emotions that caused Qi clan's Gu immortals to oppose Fang Yuan to a large extent. Fang Yuan was only a rank 8 Gu immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Fang Yuan. At the very least, they would have the strength to make Fang Yuan wary. They would have the right to negotiate. Fang Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side. He instilled his will into Bai Xiang killer move. Bai Xiang killer move also had a will of providence. It was stubborn and unyielding. It was like an extremely sturdy fortress that occupied the high ground. And below Providence Fortress, there were countless wills. This was a sea of wills. The 1,000-year bet had been carried out again and again. A large number of Gu immortals had left their wills here. The experts were like the 5 Xiangs. They were all rank 8 Gu immortals. There were also rank 7 elites like Ni clan's Gu immortal and Ni Run. It was not strange to have such an accumulation. But what made Fang Yuan surprised was that these wills were unmoved. They were silent like rocks. They did not move at all. Only these wills that had just entered were like swimming dragons or rivers. They fought and fought against each other above the sea of wills. 3 of Qi clan's 5 Gu immortals' wills were fighting Bai Ningbing's will. The remaining 2 were attacking Providence Fortress at the highest point. That is the core of heaven form. As long as anyone refines that place, they will become the owner of heaven form. Demon Fang Yuan's will has also entered. Persevere. We cannot relax. We are about to succeed. This is the result of our Qi clan's years of hard work. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let this outsider Fang Yuan succeed. Qi clan's Gu immortals conversed and encouraged each other. Their morale reached its peak. Actually, they had no choice. Fang Yuan's ruthless nature was well known. If they did not refine this rank 9 killer move, their outcome would be terrible. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan's will charged forward. His will condensed into one. It was like a soaring dragon or a surging river. The 3 Qi clan Gu immortals' wills worked well together, but they could not resist Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. They were forced to retreat. They were only Qi path Gu immortals after all, while Fang Yuan had a huge advantage in this aspect. Persevere, no matter what price we have to pay. We need to stall for time. Quickly attack and take down the core. As long as we obtain this move, we might be able to kill this demon king and destroy him. Maybe we can even obtain a large number of Gu venerable true inheritances. Even if we can't stop him, we have to exhaust his willpower so that he can't take down the fortress of heaven's will at the top. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Chijian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1654. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were united, they were anxious and fearful, but they mustered their courage and fought desperately against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. He found that his will could not be poured in endlessly. Once it reached a certain limit, it could not be poured in anymore. Furthermore, after his will was poured in, the main body could only watch from the side. The will could fight independently. Thus, a vast number of wisdom path methods were useless here. Heaven form was rank 9. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods were rank 8 at most. Even if heaven form posed a threat, Fang Yuan did not want to use it, because if heaven form's counterattack was triggered, it would be terrible. Even if it did not counterattack, if heaven form was destroyed, his greatest gain would be gone. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals needed heaven form to deal with Fang Yuan and protect themselves. Fang Yuan also wanted heaven form because he needed a huge increase in strength to overcome the obstacle of celestial court in the river of time. Thus, the two sides could only fight using the most basic method of wills. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had a solid foundation. Long ago, after he suffered a huge loss from Mo Yao's fake will, he trained hard. Not only did he make up for this weakness, it became his advantage now. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were not Fang Yuan's match, but they had the advantage in numbers. They had more wills, while Fang Yuan only had Bai Ningbing to help him. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage grew, but he could not turn it into a victory. The Qi Clan Gu Immortals who obstructed him attacked relentlessly. They were putting in a lot of effort. In fact, Fang Yuan had another worry. That was Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had betrayed him once. She was an uncertain factor. But thankfully, the highest layer of Providence Fortress was very sturdy. It did not shake, no matter how Qi Clan's Gu Immortals attacked it. Fang Yuan's thoughts became heavy. At this rate, even if he broke through the obstruction and destroyed Qi Clan's will here, he would be at the end of his rope. He would not be able to deal with heaven's will at the center. After another clash, Qi Clan's wills were pushed back. Fang Yuan's will was like a dragon. It coiled and wrapped around Qi Clan's wills. Qi Clan's wills were shocked. If Fang Yuan destroyed their wills, their situation would worsen. They would not be able to stop Fang Yuan from breaking through. Thus, the scattered wills gathered again and charged at Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing stopped them. Fang Yuan ordered. Bai Ningbing's will was like a wall made of ice. It pierced in diagonally, but in order to block Qi Clan's will, it suddenly turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. Qi Clan wills were shocked. At the crucial moment, Bai Ningbing actually betrayed them. Fang Yuan's will was caught off guard by Bai Ningbing's attack. He was furious. Qi Clan's wills observed and became happy. They attacked Fang Yuan from one direction. Fang Yuan's will weakened rapidly. He had to spit out Qi Clan's wills that he had devoured. Bai Ningbing, you traitor, I will not forgive you. Fang Yuan's will roared, but he was already defeated. He could only lead his troops and escape downwards. Fang Yuan, with your personality, after obtaining heaven form, do you think you will not target me? I am Bai Xiang's descendant. Heaven form is my fortuitous encounter. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing's will laughed wildly. This is such a good chance. If I defeat you here, I will shine brightly for the rest of my life. Bai Ningbing's will did not want to let Fang Yuan's will go. She chased after it. Fang Yuan's will had no choice but to escape. What are you looking at? Come and help. Bai Ningbing's will shouted at Qi Clan's will. Qi Clan's wills were also very weak. Qi Fa's will thought for a while before shouting, "Don't move, it might be a trap, let them fight each other." Fang Yuan's will was counterattacked by Bai Ningbing. It was too pitiful. The scale was far smaller than Bai Ningbing's will. In the end, he was surrounded by her will. He could not escape. The more he fought, the lesser he was until he was completely destroyed. To think that this time, the demon Fang Yuan would be the first to lose. Guarding day and night. It is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. Ha ha ha, this is the time for our Qi clan to rise up. It is a heaven-sent chance. Let's go. We cannot leave Bai Ningbing's will alive. Qi clan's wills attacked again. Bai Ningbing's will resisted tenaciously, but she was outnumbered. She was completely destroyed in the end. We succeeded. Heaven form is ours. Qi clan's wills were immersed in joy, with no enemies around. Their wills gathered together and attacked Providence Fortress. Boom! Suddenly, the fortress of Heavenly Will exploded, and a large amount of Heavenly Will surged out like a wild beast released from its shackles, pouncing on the Qi clan's will. All along, this final Providence had been defending passively. Qi clan's wills were numb. They forgot that it could move freely. Providence Fortress retaliated. Qi clan's wills were caught off guard. They suffered huge losses. How can there be so much Providence Fortress? This is impossible. Providence Fortress is too crafty. It actually showed weakness to the enemy. I cannot accept this. Quickly hold on, we cannot lose. Qi clan's Gu Immortals were united. They went all out from resisting with difficulty. They gradually stabilized their footing and turned the situation around. Eventually, they gained the upper hand. Heaven's Will was almost exhausted. The core was exposed. It was waiting for a new owner. We finally won. A moment later, Qi clan's wills almost cried tears of joy. Only a small portion of them were left, while Providence Fortress was almost completely wiped out. That might not be the case. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's will surged in again. Qi clan's wills were stunned. They started to scream. Weren't you destroyed? This is impossible. You have already used up your portion. Normally, you can only use your will again after 1,000 years. Did you unravel this rank 9 killer move? No, impossible. This is a rank 9 killer move. It originates from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's will smiled mockingly. He did not explain. He pounced on it. Qi clan's wills were like rabbits. Fang Yuan's will pounced on them like a hungry tiger. They could not resist and were easily destroyed. Next, Fang Yuan's will replaced Providence Fortress, occupying the core. He had become the final victor. Opening his eyes, Fang Yuan saw the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan did not stop them. This immortal Gu house and the public blessed land were arrangements left behind by the 5 Xiangs. If he attacked, the 5 Xiang seal would stop him. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan. She did not move. She did not have any intention of escaping. It turned out that everything earlier was Fang Yuan's scheme. He purposely arranged for Bai Ningbing to betray them, to put on a show. He did not want to deceive Qi clan's Gu immortals. He wanted to deceive Providence. Fang Yuan's experience in dealing with Providence was far greater than Qi clan's Gu immortals. He deduced that Providence's battle strength was very strong. Even if he defeated the Qi clan Gu immortals' wills, he would not be Providence's match. Thus, he purposely retreated, secretly withdrawing a portion of his will. Of course, Bai Ningbing's will was truly destroyed. The advantage of this was that other than deceiving Qi clan's wills, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could get rid of this unstable factor. Qi clan's Gu immortals' wills were already weakened by Fang Yuan. They were in a weakened state. They also had huge pressure. They could not see through Fang Yuan's scheme. This was very difficult, because if the wills thought on their own, they would expend themselves. The less wills they had, the less ability they could think. At the same time, Qi clan's Gu immortals' wills had to preserve themselves to deal with Providence. The final result was as Fang Yuan expected. He became the final winner. Heaven form was under Fang Yuan's control, but at this moment, he did not go forward to inspect it. He looked at Bai Ningbing with deep meaning. Bai Ningbing, are you really not going to escape? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with killing intent. Bai Ningbing's value had been squeezed dry. She was not like the other Shadow Sect members. She was not under Fang Yuan's control. Since Fang Yuan obtained heaven form, it was time to deal with this problem. The atmosphere became tense. Fang Yuan's killing intent became stronger. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Evidently, the current Fang Yuan was not someone Bai Ningbing could resist. Even though the killer move by Xiang was extraordinary and had once terrorized the whole of Southern Border's immortal world, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was too low. Her foundation was far from Fang Yuan's. If they fought, Bai Ningbing would die for sure. Chapter 1655. Facing Fang Yuan's solid killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled. She looked at Fang Yuan calmly, asking, "Why should I escape?" After pausing for a while, she said, "Qi Clan's Gu Immortals escaped because they do not know you well. We are both from Qingmao Mountain with my understanding of you. How can they escape?" Since I cannot escape, why should I escape? Not only will I not run, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan frowned. I had thought of that too, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too profound. It can break almost all alliance agreements. Bai Xiang's specialty was that it could turn Gu Immortals into a special existence. Any fragment could be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were faith path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing used Bai Xiang's self-mutilation to get rid of the corresponding faith path Dao marks and get rid of the alliance agreement. Thus, Bai Xiang killer move could also be used to heal injuries and get rid of the remaining Dao marks on the body. Indeed, facing Fang Yuan's wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed heartily. She was not worried about her own safety. But because of this, isn't it even more exciting? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, "Don't treat me like you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as her dragon eyes shined with bright light. "That's right, I have always been pursuing excitement. That is why I envy you, Fang Yuan. The life you lead is really too exciting, too wonderful. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, and even every time you fail, it is extremely exciting. Especially the most recent time. You were ambushed by the Celestial Court and escaped like a dog. It was the most exciting time. The other members of Shadow Sect cannot understand my feelings. Some of them want to save Spectral Soul. Some are afraid. Some are depressed due to pressure. But my feelings are excitement and joy. The more turbulent it is, the more exciting it is. Isn't that so? Others might not understand me, but I know you do, don't you?" Bai Ningbing stared into Fang Yuan's eyes, and her eyes lit up. Fang Yuan remained silent. Back on Qingmao Mountain, he had already determined that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. His judgment was not wrong. Bai Ningbing was exactly like that. In order to pursue a wonderful life, she could give up everything, even her own life. The values of the public, the complicated love and hatred, had nothing to do with her. She was different from the masses. She did not fit in with the world. She only followed her own path, indulging the feelings in one's heart, disregarding the life and death of all living things. To put it bluntly, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were very similar. They were the same type of people, but they pursued different things. In pursuit of immortality, Fang Yuan was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he didn't succeed in the end and died halfway, he would still be happy and gratified, because this kind of goal and this kind of way of living made him feel that his life was full of exuberant interest and vitality. Bai Ningbing said that Fang Yuan understood her. This was definitely not wrong, just like how she understood Fang Yuan. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. Demons naturally had the same feeling. The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes slowly dissipated. This layer of killing intent was purposely condensed by him. In truth, he did not have much killing intent in his heart. Why did he want to kill Bai Ningbing? The current Fang Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing. The latter was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan felt like he was seeing his own shadow. True demons like them were too rare. Meeting one was actually a kind of fortune, a kind of gratification to witness oneself. Because they were the most similar to each other, this was a kind of similarity, or rather, recognition. So that year, when Bai Ningbing sacrificed her life to save Fang Yuan, she said those words, to let Fang Yuan live on for her, to witness the wonders of life. In essence, Bai Ningbing felt that Fang Yuan could replace her to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fang Yuan also thought if he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he make the same choice as Bai Ningbing? Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed. I can give you all the resources in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, but I want to keep the goo worms in Bai Xiang's true inheritance with me. The reason I was willing to join Shadow Sect is because the battle with the Celestial Court was indeed exciting. This was originally your excitement, but it will also be my excitement. In this case, there are three possibilities. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. Excitement and even a trace of madness could be seen in her eyes. First possibility, you will be killed by the Celestial Court. With your strength, even if you are killed, it will be a wonderful death. You will shine with unprecedented brilliance during your final struggle. I will witness your death. It will be an extremely rare and wonderful experience in my life. Second possibility, Celestial Court will be defeated by you or even destroyed. Ha! That will also be very exciting. The fall of Celestial Court, the number one force of humanity, such a giant will be like a meteor falling to the ground. The dazzling sparks will stun the world. I look forward to the third possibility the most, because this situation is the most exciting. That is the Celestial Court, and you will be in a deadlock. Both sides will suffer heavy losses. This way, I will be guarding by your side. I will have a great opportunity to reap the benefits. Maybe I will be the final victor, and both of you will be my stepping stones. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly. His expression was cold, as he said plainly, if I kill you now, these three possibilities will be impossible. Yes, yes. Bai Ningbing frowned. Her expression became somewhat dejected. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Her tone also became gloomy. It is like this. If I die in your hands now, although I will do my best to counterattack, the gap between me and you is too big. The excitement is simply not worth mentioning. However, if this is your choice, I will also accept it. She smiled and shrugged. Because my strength is too weak, I have to accept it. This kind of cruelty is also very exciting, isn't it? He he he. Death was not scary to Bai Ningbing at all. She was a madwoman, but also had reason and calmness. Such a person was undoubtedly very scary, and the person who was even scarier than her was standing in front of her. That was the person who made Providence helpless and the Celestial Court helpless, the devil path giant Fang Yuan. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up. He also laughed. Very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Now, that Bai Ningbing was weak. She was at the mercy of Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's persuasion did not absolve herself at all. She even said the opposite. She might be a threat to Fang Yuan in the future. This was because she understood Fang Yuan. A person like Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as snow. He had already clearly analyzed the pros and cons of killing or not killing. And once Fang Yuan made up his mind, it did not matter what Bai Ningbing said. It was useless. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fang Yuan knew that in order to overcome the obstacles of the Celestial Court and find the true inheritance of Red Lotus, he had to cherish every bit of power. Bai Ningbing was obviously such a precious power. If she was given a chance, she would definitely betray Fang Yuan. But so what? A sharp blade. Of course, there was the danger of cutting oneself. But if he abandoned the blade and fought barehanded because of this, wouldn't that be stupid? How to use this blade well? Not giving her the chance to betray. This was a test of Fang Yuan's ability. If I am not capable enough, and Bai Ningbing succeeds in betraying, I can only blame myself, right? Chapter 1656. Inside rank 9 killer move Heaven Form. Fang Yuan's will flew like a dragon, spiraling in the sky before charging down fiercely. Rumble. Fang Yuan's will fell like a meteor, crashing into the sea of wills below. A large amount of wills were destroyed. However, this sea of wills was too vast and deep. Fang Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of it. Even though I snatched it and occupied the killer move's core, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. Only after I get rid of these wills can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This sea of wills was truly huge. Even more troublesome was that these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move. They were as firm as rocks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of them, many of his methods were useless. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, Fang Yuan could not use any of his methods. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as a brand new will surged in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The will condensed into swords. Countless will swords rained down like a storm, landing on the sea of wills and creating countless holes. In a short while, this sea of wills was weakened by a layer. Compared to the results of the previous will flood dragon, this will sword rain was simply amazing. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed to himself, as expected of rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. He could activate this Gu. Even though this Gu was a sword path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple immortal method that could unleash a large amount of sword will. The effect of using these sword wills to cleanse the sea of wills was the best that Fang Yuan had tried. But this way, Fang Yuan's investment had increased by many times. After all, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was rank 8. Activating it required White Lychee Immortal Essence. And Immortal Killer moves required even more Immortal Essence expenditure. But this expenditure was still acceptable to Fang Yuan after some deductions. After all, his logistics were very strong. His immortal aperture management was flourishing. During the battle, to break out of the River of Time, although Fang Yuan managed to escape and thwart the Celestial Court's plan to kill him, he also suffered great losses, especially the destruction of the incomplete Immortal Gu House. He still felt heartache over it. This incomplete Immortal Gu House was created after Fang Yuan captured many southern border Gu immortals and obtained their Immortal Gu. He then went through many negotiations, transactions, and extortions with Southern Border's righteous path before finally obtaining the Immortal Gu and assembling it. Fang Yuan had put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but now it was all for naught. I hope this Heaven Form killer move can help me. Fang Yuan had high expectations for Heaven Form. If it were an ordinary killer move, Fang Yuan might be able to investigate it and deduce its power. But this killer move was rank 9. Its level was too high. Fang Yuan could not understand it. This was the work of thieving heaven demon venerable. He was proficient in space path and theft path. Even if this move was not used offensively, it would definitely have great effects. Even though thieving heaven demon venerable did not say what this move's power was, Fang Yuan could deduce it from other aspects. For example, Shadow Sex attitude. Shadow Sex Inkstone purposely helped by Ningbing. His main motive was to obtain Heaven Form. Old Man Inkstone is also a Wisdom Path grade expert. He must have deduced something. This Heaven Form killer move will definitely be of great help to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect. This heaven-form killer move would naturally be of great help to him. Other than destroying the sea of wills in the killer move, Fang Yuan also started to unravel the Five Xiangs seal. He controlled the immortal Gu house on the mountain peak, as well as this Five Xiangs public grotto heaven. This grotto heaven only opened once every 1,000 years. It was quite rich in resources. Qi clan's Gu immortals were busy escaping. They did not have time to loot them. These would all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Bai Ningbing was blasted to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Xiang form gathered again, charging at Qi clan's Gu immortals. Qi clan's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. They experienced the terror of Bai Xiang. With this move, Bai Ningbing was almost unkillable. Of course, she was not fighting alone. Ying Wuxia and He Lulan were helping her from behind the scenes. Even though Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to chase after Qi clan's Gu immortals, he knew her limits. Ignoring everything else, she did not even have the most crucial immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan had already set up an immortal formation and set up an ambush. Ever since he captured Southern Border's righteous path, he had been very fond of this method. After Qi clan's Gu immortals entered, they were immediately restrained by the immortal formation. They could not leave. They could only fight against Bai Ningbing. Ah! With a painful cry, the Qi clan Gu immortal, who had recently become an immortal, was dealt a fatal blow by Bai Ningbing. He died on the spot. It is my turn. Ying Wuxia was already prepared. He immediately took action, capturing the Qi clan Gu immortal soul into the formation. The remaining Qi clan Gu immortals roared in anger. They retaliated intensely. Bai Ningbing was smashed to pieces again. After a few breaths of time, she revived, becoming a complete Bai Xiang. Even though Qi clan had many Gu immortals and had great battle strength, they showed expressions of despair now. Because they knew that Bai Ningbing could not kill them, she was trapped in the ambush. If this continued, they would die from exhaustion. What do we do? Bai Ningbing is too troublesome. And most importantly, Fang Yuan is too insidious. He actually buried this formation near our headquarters. Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Qi clan's Gu immortals were very vigilant along the way, but when they returned to their headquarters, they were all captured. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan had already killed Qi Zai. Even though Qi Zai had not entered the Five Xiangs Grotto Heaven, he knew about Qi Si Grotto Heaven's situation. This Qi Si Grotto Heaven was Qi Xiang's immortal aperture. After it fell into White Heaven, it could not be teleported away. It had to stay at the same spot. Fang Yuan relied on this information to set up the immortal formation secretly, eventually tricking Qi clan's group. At this rate, we will lose for sure. Stall. I don't believe that her Bai Xiang killer move is so powerful there will be no consequences or repercussions. Don't forget about Fang Yuan. If he comes here, this is not the immortal Gu house's hall. The Five Xiang seal will not be able to restrict him. We cannot break this immortal formation for now. We can only let Qi Ping Su come out and coordinate with us. That will be the fastest way to break this formation. That's not right. Qi Ping Su is the only person left in our headquarters. If he comes out, he will open the entrance. That will give Shadow Sect a chance. Who knows? Fang Yuan might be lurking at the side, waiting for the Grotto Heaven entrance to open so that he can break in. Fang Yuan did not come at all, but his terror and craftiness were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Qi clan's Gu immortals were feeling great pressure now. They were panicking. At the same time, in a certain corner of Central Continent, a young man stood quietly looking at the immortal Gu in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hardships in his life. It was none other than Guyue Fangzheng. Guyue Fangzheng was originally going to be executed by Crane Gate, but Fang Yuan left him alive and faked his death, allowing him to live in Langya Blessed Land. Guyue Fangzheng lived in an environment filled with hairy men. He was ostracized. He had been through wars for a long time. He was in a precarious situation. There were times when he was on the brink of death. Because of all these factors, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. Later on, Celestial Court invaded Langya Blessed Land. Because of his special identity, Guyue Fangzheng was saved by Fengzhouge. After saving Guyue Fangzheng, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a blood path, Immortal Gu? Guyue Fangzheng looked at the Gu Immortal in front of him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to advance to blood path and become a demonic path, Gu Immortal, to deal with Guyue Fang Yuan? Is this the righteous path of your Crane Gate? Crane Gate's rank 6 Gu Immortal fan. Shi Lu frowned slightly as he smiled. Any strength can be used righteously or maliciously. Don't you understand this? Just like how I cultivate Poison Path, I can bring blessings to the world. You cultivate Blood Path, you can do the same. Guyue Fangzheng shook his head. I cultivate Blood Path only because it is more beneficial to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, we are blood relatives. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Time Path clone still had a bloodline connection with Guyue Fangzheng. Fan Shi Lu nodded. That is indeed the reason. But don't you want revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of Guyue village's clansmen. Guyue Fangzheng let out a long sigh, his youthful face showing a desolate look of vicissitudes. So many years have passed, to speak the truth. Even though I still hate him, I understand him now. I have thought about it. When I was young, I was very naive and ignorant. Fang Yuan took care of me a lot. On the other hand, my uncle and aunt were using me as a chess piece. Do you want me to take revenge for them? I am not willing to do so. Of course, the tribe leader and Guyue Qingshu took care of me and nurtured me. I am willing to take revenge for them. But I am tired. Sai, you kill me, I kill you. It is always like this. I don't want revenge anymore. Fan Shilu's expression did not change. It seems that you have been through a lot these years. Guyue Fangzheng looked at him. The mocking smile on his face intensified. The irony is, when I wanted revenge, my sect did not support me. They even wanted to get rid of me. When I did not want revenge, they saved me and supported me to take revenge. Saying this, Guyue Fangzheng looked at the blood path Immortal Gu with a dark gaze, and I know that I have no choice but to accept it. Fan Shi Lu sized up Guyue Fangzheng again. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really okay for you to speak the truth like this? There is no such thing as okay or not. I know, with your methods. How can I hide my thoughts from you? Saying this, Guyue Fangzheng stretched out his hand and held that blood path Immortal Gu, asking, what is this Gu called? Chapter 1657. By Ningbing, don't go too far. Qi Clan's Gu Immortal leader, Qi Fa, shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly internally. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, appearing in front of Qi Fa in an instant, leaving behind Qi Jin's corpse, frozen in ice. The horrified expression on Qi Jin's face before his death was preserved, vivid and lifelike, in the thick block of ice. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Path Killer moves exploded one after another. Bai Xiang dodged half of them. The other half was blocked by the Immortal Formation, while the rest destroyed Bai Xiang. But soon, Bai Xiang returned to normal. This made the remaining Qi Clan Gu Immortals feel like they had fallen into an icy abyss. After a battle of life and death, 3 of the 5 Qi Clan Gu Immortals died. Only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it, Bai Xiang is too powerful. We cannot deal with it in a hurry. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. The most important thing is this super immortal formation. If not for it, we would have escaped long ago. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing at him. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, they could escape even if they could not beat it. In the outside world, They would not need to fight Bai Ningbing to the death. But it would be hard to break this immortal formation and escape. At least Chi Fei and Chi Kai had been trying since the start of the battle, but they had no results. Chi Fei sighed. You are right, let's ask Chi Ping Su to help. Chi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was guarding Chi clan's headquarters, Chi Si Grotto Heaven. Right now, as long as he came out and attacked with the 2 Chi clan immortals, they would be able to destroy a corner of the immortal formation and save the 2 of them. But this way, they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely set it up. The immortal formation did not restrict communication. He wanted to lure people like Chi Ping Su, who were guarding the Grotto Heaven, out. It was precisely because Chi Fa knew this that he was unwilling to use Chi Ping Su, an external force, even after fighting for so long. But now that the situation had reached a point where he had no other choice, if he didn't use it, he would lose his life. Chi Ping Su was already prepared. He got the order and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. I've been waiting for this moment. Saying so, she was teleported by the formation into the immortal aperture's entrance. Not good. Just as Chi Ping Su was about to go out, he saw Bai Ningbing rushing towards him. He had no choice but to retreat. The Chi Si Grotto Heaven was extremely vast, with white clouds everywhere and strong winds blowing. Once Bai Ningbing entered, she felt pressured. Her strength was severely suppressed by the abundant Chi Path Dao marks here. But Bai Xiang Killer Move's profundity was still present. Bai Ningbing fought against Chi Ping Su. The latter soon fell into a disadvantage. Chi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. His legs were crippled, and he had injuries on his body. He couldn't defeat Bai Ningbing, so he immediately retreated. He had the geographical advantage here. So he quickly hid in the depths of the clouds and disappeared. Bai Ningbing could not help but frown. The situation had become troublesome. If she didn't kill Chi Ping Su immediately, how was she going to find him in this huge Chi High Grotto Heaven? Even if they found him, what if he ran away to hide? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head and saw that an extremely thick sea of clouds had gathered above her head. An intense sense of danger rose in her heart. Fatal danger! Instantly, Bai Ningbing realized the severity of the situation. She hurriedly shot down, like a meteor chasing after the moon, descending rapidly. In her vision, a round, pancake-like yellow continent was rapidly expanding. Bai Ningbing's expression became increasingly grim because the sense of danger in her heart was growing. Intense winds blew by her ears. She looked at the sky and saw that the sea of clouds was growing larger and larger. They covered the sky and land. Waves were rising and falling. A powerful killer move was being prepared. At the same time, Chi Ping Su was at the center of the sea of clouds. Seeing Chi Hai Heavenly Spirit appear, he was overjoyed. Chi Hai Heavenly Spirit, you actually woke up. This is too timely. Chi Hai Heavenly Spirit was snow white. It had the appearance of a young deer. Its eyes were shining with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. I was startled awake. Ever since I was heavily injured, I had to seal myself and stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed an extremely evil and powerful existence spying on this grotto heaven. Thus, I had to wake up, but I found that the person who barged in was not the existence I expected. Chi Ping Su was stunned. I know who it is. It must be that Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for countless years. You do not know that a terrifying demonic path gu immortal has risen up recently. He is called Fang Yuan. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Chi Hai Heavenly Spirit was shocked. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him? Then it must be him. Chi Ping Su pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying furiously, "This person is Fang Yuan's subordinate. She has already taken the lives of 3 of our clan's gu immortals." Chi Hai Heavenly Spirit was furious. Its golden eyes were filled with killing intent. A life for a life, not to mention that she is of Qi clan's bloodline. I will not let her live. As he spoke, there was a loud rumble, and a huge white pillar of Qi shot out from the sea of clouds towards Bai Ningbing with incomparable speed. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that a terrifying, formless force was immobilizing her from all directions. Thoughts flashed in her mind, but her body did not move. She was like a bug in amber. So powerful! Even if I try my best, I can't move an inch. Bai Ningbing raised her head, only to see that the white Qi pillar was huge. It was like a mountain pressing down on her. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiang, she would not be able to escape. She would die for sure. But right at this moment, a jade-like speck of light appeared. The speck of light exploded. The dazzling green light was like hundreds of thousands of fireflies flying everywhere. Within the green light, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. It's him. At once, Qi-Hai Heavenly Spirit's body shook. It cried out in shock. That's right, he is Fang Yuan. Qi Ping Su's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. He had a nervous expression. Facing the white Qi pillar, Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He pointed with a finger. Swoosh! Amidst the sharp whistling sound, an extremely sharp and powerful sword intent rushed up and directly pierced through the white pillar of Qi, splitting it in half. The white Qi pillar's power vanished. Qi Ping Su opened his mouth. He was extremely shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Her lips curled up as she flew up, standing beside Fang Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up. She had a hesitant expression. Don't tell me. It should be Qi Xiang's signature killer move. Unlimited Qi Si. This move is grand and grand. It is also complex and ever-changing. It can be used for both offense and defense. It was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. Fang Yuan answered. His expression was solemn. Unlimited Qi Si was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Qi Path immortal goo as the core and tens of thousands of supplementary goo worms. It could absorb all the Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique. It had the nature of growth. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all sorts of Qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiang had died many years ago, even though unlimited Qi Si was left in Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Because of its high level, Qi Clan did not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. It allowed all the Qi to dissipate. Until now, when Fang Yuan coveted Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he awakened Qi Si Heavenly Spirit and forced it to activate unlimited Qi Si. After so many years, this move had finally reappeared. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiang is gone. How much power can it have by using the Heavenly Spirit? He. Fang Yuan snickered. He suddenly flew into the sky, charging into Qi Si. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. She had an urge to fight alongside Fang Yuan, but she soon wisely stopped, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She was too weak. She did not have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky. She saw that Qi Si was rumbling. After Fang Yuan charged in, the waves became more intense. It was like a white tsunami. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dust Qi, Vitality Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled. All sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms, like flowers, grass, blades, spears, swords, halberds, beasts, and birds. They were like a hodgepodge outside Qi Si. They charged into Qi Si and fought with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt huge pressure at first. He could barely move, but after a while, he understood some of the profundities of this killer move. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Time Path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, bathing in the light of wisdom as he rapidly deduced unlimited Qi Si. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. He started to charge. Everywhere he went, no matter what kind of obstacles he faced, they were all destroyed by him. He was unstoppable. He rampaged all the way until he reached the heavenly spirit. Qi heavenly spirit's ownership requirement was very strict. Fang Yuan could not fulfill it in a short period of time. This was the information he obtained from Qi Zai's soul. And Fang Yuan's blood light spirit suppression method could not suppress a rank 8 heavenly spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to kill it, killing Qi heavenly spirit. Once Qi heavenly spirit was gone, the killer move unlimited Qi also stopped being used. I surrender. Qi Ping Su's body trembled. He was subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic might. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. You are quite sensible, forget it. If you want to live, go and convince Qi Fa and Qi Zai to surrender. Otherwise, you can die with them. Yes. Qi Ping Su was filled with pressure as he was sent into the formation. After Qi Fa and Qi Zai learned that Qi Grotto Heaven was taken, their mental fortitude collapsed. After hesitating for a while, they surrendered with pale expressions, giving up on resisting. Chapter 1658. Qi Grotto Heaven. Puff! Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right hand, grabbing at the unlimited Qi in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi current flew out of unlimited Qi. This Qi current was very peculiar. It was dazzling and had a long trail behind it as it tore through the sky. There were naturally auspicious clouds at the top of the Qi current. This was luck. It was a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi included all sorts of auras. Luck was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, luck of this scale was very rare. If a Gu immortal could encounter it, it was a publicly acknowledged blessing. Fang Yuan was currently splitting unlimited Qi. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fang Yuan's Luopa seal and reverse flow protection seal. Unlimited Qi also used immortal materials. They were all sorts of Qi. The more types and scale of the Qi stored, the greater the power of unlimited Qi. Of course, activating this move would not only expend immortal essence, it would also expend the stored Qi. Even if he did not use it, as time passed, the Qi would be depleted. Thus, when Fang Yuan faced unlimited Qi in battle earlier, it was not at its peak state. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in attacking Qi Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he had calculated all of his gains. He had also placed slave contracts on the 3 Qi clan Gu immortals, Qi Fa, Qi Kai, and Qi Ping Su. Some resources could be moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had ordered Wu Xia and the rest to do it. Meanwhile, he placed his focus on unlimited Qi. This killer move was Qi Path. It was not practical for Fang Yuan. Instead, after splitting it, he could obtain a vast amount of Qi currents. It was a huge fortune. And most importantly, only after splitting the killer move could Fang Yuan do something to these Gu worms. Otherwise, if he refined these Gu worms, he might trigger a backlash from the killer move. After all, this move was a complete entity. It was not ordinary. According to the current speed, I will need 3 days to completely extract these Qi. After that, I will have to refine these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan planned in his heart. There were many mortal Gu that formed the killer move unlimited Qi, but Fang Yuan was not interested in any of them. His main focus was on the immortal Gu. There were 6 immortal Gu that made up this move, but only one of them was a rank 8 immortal Gu called Great Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and rank 6 Gu worms. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was a rank 7 immortal Gu called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path Gu worm could store all kinds of Qi. including tribulation qi. The last point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family qi gu to store tribulation qi and help him pass tribulations. Big family qi was an immortal gu. Its ability in this aspect was even stronger. With this immortal gu, I can store and release tribulation qi. This is a great method for me to undergo tribulation. If the calamities and tribulations are strong, I can use this gu to absorb the tribulation qi and weaken the power of the calamities and tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are weak, I will release tribulation energy, allowing me to obtain more Tao marks in the end. Using this gu, I can also absorb the outside world's heaven and earth qi and store it. If the sovereign immortal aperture needs it, I can release it. I will not have to place my aperture and absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize the sovereign grotto heaven. The specific situation was analyzed in detail. It was not that the higher the rank of the immortal gu, the more helpful it was to the gu immortal. For example, for Fang Yuan, the rank 7 big family qi immortal gu was far more helpful than rank 8 great qi gu. Refining these qi path immortal gu also required Fang Yuan to spend some time and effort. There was no difficulty. Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, theft path great grandmaster attainment level. He even had great thief ghost hand and other methods. Like Fang Yuan expected, he extracted all the qi a few days later. These qi currents had their own storage methods. Fang Yuan could not satisfy all of them, so he kept some while selling some to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not just these qi currents. Some of the resources in the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven and Qi-Si grotto heaven were also sold by Fang Yuan, exchanging for his own resources. Normally, he bartered with other items. Immortal Yuan stone was rarely purchased. Because Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, he had white lychee immortal essence. To a certain extent, 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence could be converted into 100 red date immortal essence beads, which could be converted into 10,000 green grape immortal essence beads. That was to say, 10,000 immortal Yuan stones could condense into 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. This conversion rate was too low. Thus, normally speaking, the immortal essence of a rank 8 gu immortal was produced, stored, and accumulated in their immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. It produced white lychee immortal essence with high efficiency. He did not need immortal Yuan stones to replenish it, especially when this replenishment was too strenuous and inefficient. Fang Yuan's cultivation resources were basically all exchanged for other immortal materials. He was going to refine gu on a large scale. While Fang Yuan was concentrating on refining Qi Path Immortal Gu, Ing Wu Xie secretly came to speak to him. Right now, he was no longer a woman. He had changed into the body of a southern border Yang clan Gu immortal. His soul path Tao marks complemented his body. And during battle, Fang Yuan would even condense some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies for him to use. Ing Wu Xie spoke. Lord Sect Leader, you have already refined the immortal gu of the 3 Qi clan gu immortals and returned them to be rented out. This is a very good method to control them, but why didn't you use it on by Ningbing? Although Ice and Snow Path is very useful to Lord, this is only temporary. Your Ice and Snow Path attainment level will definitely rise in the future. At the same time, Bai Ningbing has the killer move by Xiang. It is very powerful and makes people wary. Even if she joined Shadow Sect and is restricted by the alliance agreement, Bai Xiang killer move can easily bypass this restriction. To be honest, you seem to be indulging Bai Ningbing a little. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head. That is because you don't understand her. A person like her is never afraid of her own death. If I treat her like this, she would rather die than submit. Even though I have methods to keep most of her immortal gu, what use is that? You saw it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Sometimes I need some people to restrain Celestial Quartz people. With your current strength, you cannot execute such a tactic. Bai Ningbing, who has Bai Xiang, is very useful. With her current identity and environment, it is very difficult for her to join Celestial Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine yin-yang rotation immortal goo to help her regain her male body. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level. Bai Ningbing did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo herself. We are too useless. Ing Wuxie lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I understand your other meaning. Next, I will take care of you and raise your battle strength. In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He naturally prioritized himself. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan was rank 8, Ing Wuxie, He Lulan, and the rest could raise their strength. This was the icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. There was also another reason. Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy before, but now that he was rank 8, even though he was still weak against Celestial Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with Fang Yuan. Instead, they had to avoid him. Adding on Fang Yuan's powerful methods to guard against deductions, as long as he did not go into the river of time, he would be safe. With such an environment, Fang Yuan could easily raise the ranks of his subordinates. He had a premonition that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was simple. The most important thing was to use time path methods to accelerate the flow of time in their immortal apertures. Even if they attracted too many calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan could help them. After getting Fang Yuan's promise, Ing Wuxie left happily. Next, Fang Yuan used his free time to summon He Lulan. Let me show you someone. Fang Yuan took out the Gu immortal He Cheng, who he had captured long ago. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was furious. She wanted to tear He Cheng apart. Even though He Cheng was her father, there was a deep hatred between them. He Lulan did not act rashly in the end. She watched as Fang Yuan imprisoned He Cheng in his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly. Her eyes were red as she said through gritted teeth. So, He Cheng had fallen into Lord Sect Leader's hands long ago. Does Lord Sect Leader want to recruit him? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry compared to him. I value you more. As long as you cultivate hard and work hard, I believe you will take revenge one day. Chapter 1659. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the Gu refinement was at its most crucial moment. The huge cicada pupa quietly floated in the air, about 5 feet above the ground. The surface of the cicada pupa was not smooth, it was rough and had a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the killer move that he had prepared. In an instant, cold winds blew around the cicada pupa. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge lump as the surrounding light dimmed. Howl, 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 waves of ghostly cries resounded. The ground turned gray-white, pitch-black, ghostly hands stretched out from the ground. They were thick and sinister, grabbing towards the cicada pupa. The ghostly hands grabbed the cicada pupa, but they were illusory. The ghostly hands rippled, as if they were grabbing something from the cicada pupa. The huge hands clenched into fists before shrinking back into the ground. Hundreds or thousands of pitch-black, ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, grabbing the cicada pupa again and again, pulling out the impurities inside. The cicada pupa was only a half-finished product. It was not stable, but as the ghostly hands grabbed it, it shrunk. The rough surface became smooth, the metallic texture became more obvious and beautiful. Fang Yuan had been observing with full concentration, and seeing this scene, he was inwardly satisfied. This method was his own creation. The core immortal Gu used was rank 8 Soul Beast token. In the previous refinements of Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a flaw here. The immortal materials were not processed thoroughly. Now that I am using this method, it is definitely done thoroughly, but there are some repercussions. The cold winds stopped at some point. The number of pitch-black, ghostly hands decreased. until none remained. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and heavier. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to half its original size. It was emitting a metallic, eerie light, emitting waves of coldness. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He took out a large lump of fire. This was the rank 8 immortal material phoenix, cry fire. The flame was orange-yellow and had 2 layers. The outer layer was light yellow, while the inner layer was orange-red. The inner layer of fire was shaped like a phoenix. It continued to flap its wings and sing loudly. As the flame continued to burn, it let out a clear and pleasant phoenix cry. Puff! Fang Yuan shouted as he raised his hand. The basin-sized phoenix, cry fire, accurately landed on the surface of the cicada pupa. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flames quickly spread and covered the entire cicada pupa, burning fiercely. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the clouds. Then, the voice faded, but the flames became more and more wild, ruthlessly burning the cicada pupa. Fang Yuan held his breath and fixed his gaze on the cicada pupa. Soon, wisps of ghost chi appeared on the surface of the chrysalis, but they were burned away by the flames. This step of goo refinement was very difficult. It was hard to grasp the intricacies involved. However, Fang Yuan remained patient until all the ghost chi in the cicada pupa had been burned away, and the surface of the cicada pupa had even begun to melt. Only then did he unhurriedly use another method. The dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and a huge dragon-shaped ice and snow whizzed over, fiercely colliding with the cicada pupa. The flames on the surface of the cicada pupa immediately resisted, but the dragon-shaped ice and snow was huge, and with the full support of Fang Yuan, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada pupa in the center of its body. The phoenix cry fire on the surface of the cicada pupa was extremely stubborn. It lasted for several hours before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped ice and snow changed its fierce style, condensing into a block of ice and sealing the cicada pupa. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to the size of a palm. When the wind and snow stopped, Fang Yuan carefully took the ice block of cicada pupa into his hand. Next, he lightly let out a breath of warm air, and the ice block rapidly melted, revealing the cicada pupa inside. The cicada pupa seemed to be a bronze work of art. It was very exquisite. Fang Yuan stretched out his thumb and index finger, lightly pinching the cicada pupa. Crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the cicada pupa. Next, a rank 7 spring autumn cicada woke up and flapped its wings. Joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. It was not easy. After many failures, I have finally raised spring autumn cicada to rank 7. At this step, Fang Yuan had modified almost all the refinement methods he had used earlier. The ghost hand purification method earlier was a combination of Great Thief Ghost Hand, Killer Move, and Soul Beast Token. But even though this method had excellent purification effect, it could easily leave behind ghostly chi. Thus, Fang Yuan carefully chose the rank 8 immortal material phoenix, cry fire, to get rid of the ghostly chi and also to refine the cicada pupa. The dragon-shaped ice and snow that he summoned was also extraordinary. It was Fang Yuan's modified, slumbering, lightning python killer move. In Refinement Path, one of the 4 publicly recognized killer moves to deal with immortal materials was slumbering lightning python. After Fang Yuan modified it into a dragon-shaped ice and snow, it was more suitable for him and also for spring autumn cicada's refinement. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in the goo refinement and obtained the rank 7 spring autumn cicada. With rank 7 spring autumn cicada, with my time path great grandmaster attainment level, I can use spring autumn cicada as the core to deduce an immortal killer move and avoid being tempted by celestial court again. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, When he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Celestial Court because Celestial Court used a method to confuse Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then, Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, but now that Spring-Autumn Cicada was at rank 7, if he had the corresponding Immortal Killer move, even if Celestial Court used a rank 8 level method to confuse him, he would have the ability to resist it. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core and add rank 8 Spring Goo to form an Immortal Killer move of rank 8 level. When I enter the River of Time again, other than not being afraid of Celestial Court's confusion, I can also expand the range of my search. Of course, the more convenient method was to directly raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8, but this was too difficult. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to refine rank 8 Immortal Goo. On one hand, even though his refinement path attainment level was high, his foundation was not firm and his refinement path methods needed to be tempered. On the other hand, he did not have sufficient wealth. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had used up all of his wealth, and even Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Foundation before he dared to refine rank 8 Immortal Goo fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Fang Yuan's foundation was already very strong, not to mention his previous fortuitous encounters. After extorting the southern border Goo Immortal experts, he even obtained the resources left behind by the 5 Xiangs. One could say his foundation was already on par with some super forces. He had many Immortal Goo. Even though he lost the incomplete Immortal Goo house, he still had dozens of them. He also had a lot of cultivation resources of various types. He was not limited to a single path. The only flaw was that his subordinates had low cultivation level. When He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, and the rest advanced to rank 7, along with the 3 Qi clan slave Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan's side could be called a super force. Even though it could not compare to Southern Borders Wu clan or Western Deserts Fang clan, it was first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces, and even leaving Chudu's Chu clan in the dust. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Ing Wuxia, and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine Immortal Goo next. Many of the Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan relied on were still rank 6. For example, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, Pulling Water Immortal Goo, Strength Chi Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck Immortal Goo. Currently, the most important ones were Landscape as before, Man as before, and Day Immortal Goo. If these 3 Time Path Immortal Goo could be raised in rank, Fang Yuan's Time Path strength would rise greatly. His current cultivation focus was still on Time Path. Even though Sword Path, Soul Path, Wisdom Path, and others had huge potential and room for improvement. But if he wanted to fight in the River of Time, he would have to rely on Time Path. It is a pity that Lang Yi's sect joined Longevity Heaven. My refinement path methods still need to be tempered. If those hairy man Goo Immortals could refine them for me, it would save me a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan was very regretful about this. Previously, he had used Lang Yi's sect too easily. It was too easy. Now that he lacked their help, he had to work hard. It was fine if it was difficult. Fang Yuan could endure it. But the problem was that his hands and feet were tied. A lot of his time was taken up. He could not be as free as before. There is another problem with Goo refinement. That is the success rate. The success rate of Immortal Goo refinement was not high. The higher the rank of the Immortal Goo, the higher the failure rate. It was much harder for Fang Yuan to refine rank 7 than rank 6. Chapter 1660. Central Continent. The sky was dark. There was no wind. Gu Yue, Fang Zheng, stood on a mountain peak, looking at the sky, thinking about the immortal ascension tribulation. He felt a trace of nervousness. Upon sensing her emotions, Fang Zheng could not help but laugh. He thought to himself, what's there to be nervous about? The ones who should be nervous are the people from Crane Gate, or rather, the celestial court behind the scenes. On the surface, I only have a rank 6 goo immortal protecting me during this tribulation, but there should be many people watching me secretly. With these people around, what do I have to worry about? Even though Fang Zheng did not know why these people in Central Continent wanted to help him, he was certain that he had value. A long time ago, he was not willing to be used. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had vaguely pointed out that he was being used by his aunt and uncle to fight for the inheritance. This made Fang Zheng very angry at that time. But now, Fang Zheng was no longer angry. In the last 10 years, Fang Zheng had been through the wars of Lang, Ya Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture powerful hairy man goo immortals, the black-haired land spirits spared no expense, causing the hairy men of the 3 continents to fight each other. Fang Zheng was also involved. In the midst of all the conspiracies and bloody battles, Fang Zheng had made use of others, but he had also been used by others. He gradually understood. Sometimes becoming someone's tool and being used was not a bad thing. At least, it proved his worth. If a person did not even have the value of being a tool, they would be in danger. They would often be abandoned. Of course, even with Fang Zheng's rank 5 goo master strength, he had been abandoned and betrayed before. After all, he was a pure human living in Langya's small world, which was filled with hairy men. It was normal for him to be ostracized and discriminated against. We can begin. At this time, Fan Shilu's voice resounded in Fang Zheng's ears. Fan Shilu had rank 6 cultivation level. He was sent by Crane Gate to help Fang Zheng undergo tribulation. Fang Zheng nodded. He calmed himself down and immediately looked into his body. His aperture soon appeared. It was filled with primeval essence, showing that he had a great aptitude. However, there were many cracks on the inner walls, giving people a fearful feeling. The aperture was the foundation of a goo master's cultivation. For so many cracks to appear in the aperture, it was definitely a big matter. Fang Zheng's heart became relatively calm, and the nervousness from before also disappeared without a trace. In fact, in a battle in Langya Blessed Land, he was forced to use a forbidden method in a desperate situation. Even though he narrowly escaped death, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks, causing his great aptitude to drop to be grayed. Fang Zheng was rescued by Feng Jioga. After returning to Central Continent, the injuries in his aperture were healed and his aptitude returned to a grade. But the cracks on the inner walls were still there. It was not that the Celestial Court did not have methods to heal them, but these cracks would help Fang Zheng in his immortal ascension tribulation. Fang Zheng looked at his aperture. He had once been extremely proud of his great aptitude, but after this life experience, he no longer cared about his aptitude. Right now, his gaze was on the cracks on the inner walls of his aperture. To him, this was a form of merit. It was the glory he gained from fighting with blood fire and spears. "Farewell, my aperture," Fang Zheng muttered in his heart. As he willed, the primeval essence in his aperture surged like waves, crashing against the surrounding inner walls. The inner walls had cracks to begin with. They were not sturdy. Soon, they broke apart and formed a hole. His originally flawless aperture was finally connected to the outside world. An extremely mystical power was formed. This force attracted the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. At once, dark clouds gathered in the sky, the ground shook and dust clouds rose. At the same time, a formless heavenly power lifted Fang Zheng. His feet left the ground as he rose into the sky. Providence. Fan Shilu, who was hiding at the side, had a change of expression. He sensed the intense aura of providence. Fang Zheng's tribulation attracted much attention from Providence. The tribulation started to form. A large amount of blood chi was converted from the heaven and earth chi. The dark clouds in the sky were soon dyed blood red. The scale was huge. Everyone could see it from 10,000 li away. Blood path tribulation. Fan Shilu's eyes flashed with joy. The blood path tribulation was the intention of the higher-ups. Fang Zheng's body also started to emit aura. This was his human qi. Everyone had their own human qi. The amount of human qi depended on the Gu Master's foundation, talent, and so on. Fan Shilu paid close attention to Fang Zheng. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. Fang Zheng's human qi was very dense. It showed his rich experience and foundation. Heaven qi descended. Earth qi surged up. They converged in the sky and intertwined with the human qi. Fang Zheng had a solemn expression. He tried to control the three qi, allowing them to fuse peacefully. The three qi had just come into contact. It was the best time to familiarize and control them. Fang Zheng had already received Fan Shilu's guidance. He was very familiar with this. But at this time, the tribulation had already been prepared. A large amount of rain fell. This rain was actually blood. The smell of blood was very dense. As the blood rain fell, white fog started to form in the air. The white fog was soon dyed by the blood rain, turning into an ominous blood fog that covered the entire mountain. Fang Zheng started to undergo tribulation. He activated his defenses and Gu worms, trying to resist the surrounding blood rain. At this time, if he used any kind of Gu worm, he would suffer from backlash. Soon, the Gu worms in his hands were destroyed due to the backlash. This was also the reason why after a Gu master underwent tribulation, their Gu worms would be completely destroyed. But Fang Zheng had the support of the Celestial Court. He had made ample preparations. He did not lack Gu worms. He defended calmly. He was steady and did not panic. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he had been through much more dangerous situations than this. His mental state had been tempered long ago. Fan Shilu was much more nervous than Fang Zheng. He stared at Fang Zheng without blinking. For rank 5 Gu masters, it was very difficult to undergo immortal ascension. Not only did they have to face the tribulation, they also had to control the three qi and maintain the balance of the three qi. I can block this blood rain tribulation for you, but the balance of the three qi will depend on you. Fang Zheng, before the tribulation, I had already given you a lot of training. You cannot make any mistakes at this crucial moment. Fan Shilu thought to himself. At the same time, he interfered with the blood clouds and affected the scale of the blood rain. Even though this blood rain tribulation was huge, it was not intense. Providence seemed to be doing this on purpose. Fang Zheng underwent tribulation, be it internally or externally. It was very calm. There was no danger. The three qi fused smoothly. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind. His physique was also cleansed. Next, heaven and earth resonated with him. He entered the golden period of the immortal ascension tribulation. During this period, he could communicate with heaven and earth. This kind of interaction was extremely beneficial to any Gu master. Fang Zheng suddenly realized that this blood path was quite suitable for him. As time passed, the three qi condensed into a lump of qi. Fang Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply as he placed a rank 5 blood path Gu worm into the qi lump. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the qi lump exploded. An immortal aperture appeared. At once, Fang Zheng's mind went blank. He was at his weakest and most defenseless state. A moment later, he regained his senses. He started to place his core Gu and crucial Gu into his immortal aperture. He first placed Blood Vengeance, Immortal Gu, followed by a large number of Blood Path Mortal Gu. Within the immortal aperture, the three qi were sorted out, yin and yang, were harmonized, heaven and earth stabilized. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, of course. Furthermore, there were remnants of heaven and earth qi. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. With these heaven and earth chi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal goo to immortal goo. This was dangerous. There would be calamities and tribulations along the way. But Fang Zheng had the courage to choose this path. Fang Zheng, let me in. I will protect you during your tribulation. Fan Shilu transmitted again at this time. Fang Zheng frowned. He showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a Gu immortal. Fan Shilu wanted to enter. Fang Zheng felt offended and angry. But soon, Fang Zheng's frown eased. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and said plainly, "All right, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fan Shilu was surprised. After Fang Zheng ascended to an immortal, he had yet to enter the palace, but he immediately changed the way he addressed him. His attitude was so natural. However, the celestial court wants to deal with Fang Yuan. It seems like they're going to nurture Fang Zheng. In this aspect, I am really envious of him. Several hours later, Fang Zheng's tribulation was over. Fan Shilu's envy doubled. Because Fang Zheng successfully refined his vital goo, becoming his second blood path immortal goo, cold blood immortal goo. Several days later, Crane Gate announced to the Gu immortal world that Fang Zheng had succeeded in his immortal ascension. He had once been tortured by the demon Fang Yuan. He was luckily saved. He would become a core member in the fight against the demon Fang Yuan. Celestial Court purposely spread this news throughout the 5 regions. It dealt a blow to Fang Yuan's reputation. He was alone and isolated. At the same time, it showed his magnanimity. Several days later, Spirit Affinity Fairy, forgive me for not sending you off. Above the clouds, Fan Shilu smiled as he said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I will have to trouble you. She came this time because she heard that Fang Zheng had succeeded in his tribulation. She came to visit Fang Zheng. It was a pity that Fang Zheng did not want to see her. He was hidden by Crane Gate. Fan Shilu did not dare to offend Zhao Lianyun because she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she only had rank 6 cultivation level, she had rank 9 love goo. Fan Shilu guaranteed, I will definitely hand Fairy's gift to fellow immortal Fang Zheng personally. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her gratitude as she left on a cloud. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1661. Fang Zheng's Blessed Land. Space path and time path resources were beyond the norm. This was a high-grade blessed land. The Blessed Land's terrain was mainly plains, but every once in a while there would be several towering mountains. Fang Zheng's attention was on a valley now. The valley was covered in jagged rocks. It was blood red in color. If one went deeper, they would find that there were large numbers of blood flower trees planted in the valley. There were tens of thousands of these trees. They were different from ordinary trees. They bore fruit first before blooming. The fruits were the size of a baby's fist. They were round and plump. It only took a moment for the fruit to bloom. The entire shell would suddenly burst open, bursting out a huge red and white flower. The flower was white in color, but at the center of the flower, it would have the color of blood splattering. Each blood flower had a different color and shape. In Central Continent, there was once a period of time when a large number of Gu masters raised these blood flower trees. Every time they bloomed, it would be a grand sight. Back then, there were even large-scale celebrations that attracted Gu masters from far away. But later on, Blood Path was created and ravaged the world. Blood flower trees were the basic Gu materials of Blood Path. They were gradually banned from being planted. These blood flower trees that Fang Zheng had were naturally provided by Crane Gate. More accurately speaking, they were provided by Fan Shilu personally. This was a trick of the righteous path. Fang Zheng was already used to it. In the current 5 regions, Blood Path was banned by the righteous path, but ironically, the ones who were secretly researching Blood Path were the righteous path sections. These blood flower trees are mortal goo materials, but as long as there is a certain amount, they can be stacked and used like immortal materials. This is the most unique advantage of blood path. These blood flower trees that I have can also be seen as an immortal material. But now I already have rank 6 blood path, immortal goo cold blood, and blood feud. I need mortal blood goo to use them to form immortal killer moves. Fang Zheng knew that his focus now was to refine blood path mortal goo, and then use Fan Shilu's teachings to practice blood path immortal killer moves. Furthermore, he had just ascended to an immortal. There was a huge difference between the aperture and the immortal aperture. He needed time to adapt. After browsing for a while, Fang Zheng withdrew his attention and returned to reality. The faint sense of accomplishment and gratification he felt when browsing his immortal aperture disappeared. What he felt was an indistinct pressure. Fang Yuan. As soon as he returned to reality, Fang Zheng could not help but think of his brother. Over the past few days, not only did he ascend as an immortal, he also obtained information about Fang Yuan from Fan Shilu. This information was much more detailed than the outside world, and it came from the Celestial Court. From this, Fang Zheng learned about Fang Yuan's recent situation. As for the fact that Fang Yuan was not dead, he had learned it as soon as he was rescued and brought back to Zhongzhou State. Strangely enough, when he found out about this fact, he didn't feel the slightest bit of anger for being deceived. On the contrary, as he learned more and more recently, his heart grew sadder and sadder. As it turns out, I've never truly understood you. Fang Yuan. Otherworldly demon, spring-autumn cicada, rank 8 cultivation level. The more he understood, the more Fang Zheng felt his own insignificance. He truly felt the terror and strength of Fang Yuan. Thinking about how he would have to face such an enemy in the future, he felt great pressure and even a trace of despair. He faced the despair deep in his heart. He never denied it, nor did he avoid it. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When one is young, they are fearless and have a sense of motivation. But when a person experiences enough, they will discover their own fear. It turns out that tigers can eat humans. Their claws can easily tear through cowhide. It turns out that his own strength and horns are not as strong as he thought. Imagination was beautiful. Only after a full collision with reality could one feel the pain and clearly understand the world and oneself from the pain. When I was a rank 5 Gu Master, I was in Langya Blessed Land. I was caught in the conflict between the 3 countries of hairy men. I was homeless. Now that I have become a Gu Immortal, I am stuck between Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court. I have become a pawn of the Celestial Court. My strength has far surpassed what it was before, but unfortunately, the situation is even more out of my control, and the danger is even greater. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll die. Thinking of this, Fang Zheng could not help but smile bitterly. Even now, he did not know what value he had that the Celestial Court placed so much importance on him. Soon he thought of Zhao Lianyan. After his immortal ascension, he received some congratulatory gifts. This was a custom of the 5 regions. Every time a Gu Master succeeds in immortal ascension, his or her friends and family, as well as their forces, would send congratulatory gifts. Fang Zheng's gifts mostly came from Crane Gate, so Zhao Lianyan's gift was quite unique. From Crane Gate's information channel, Fang Zheng had a comprehensive understanding of Zhao Lianyan. You are also an otherworldly demon, but you are not complete. You took the initiative to contact me. Are you trying to ally with me to deal with Fang Yuan? Zhao Lianyan's gift contained a letter. The letter expressed Zhao Lianyan's goodwill, but did not say anything else. Fang Zheng, however, understood Zhao Lianyan's intention. Zhao Lianyan's gift was a blood crystal nurturing method. It was extremely suitable for Fang Zheng. In the letter, she even described her understanding of Gu immortal cultivation. There was a paragraph that made Fang Zheng, pay attention to it. In Gu immortal cultivation, fighting is the dominant path, while managing the immortal aperture is the king path. The two complement each other and cannot be lacking. Without sufficient battle strength and dominance, no matter how well the immortal aperture is managed, you will only be bullied by others. Your hard-earned gains will become someone else's spoils of war. On the other hand, if your battle strength is strong but your immortal aperture foundation is insufficient, you will be like a burning bonfire. You can only be strong for a while. When the wood burns out, you will be nothing more than a firework. Fang Zheng nodded slightly, thinking to himself, other than this paragraph, there is also the description of the calamities and tribulations. They are all insightful. This shows that Zhao Lianyun is truly sincere. It is a pity I wanted to meet him once, but Crane Gate did not allow it. It is such a pity. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying this, Fang Zheng's gaze froze. In his early days of cultivation, he had his master Tenshuru as his companion. In Langya Blessed Land, he pretended to be with Fang Yuan. Only when he was rescued and brought back to Central Continent did he become alone. Unknowingly, Fang Zheng had already gotten used to having people accompanying him. Without you, I am indeed not used to it. Fang Zheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable loneliness filled his heart. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle smiled in relief. Fang Zheng has already become a Gu immortal, but he still needs to raise his cultivation level to be able to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was aware of Zhao Lianyun's intentions. After all, even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. The true problem is Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the encirclement in the River of Time, he had vanished without a trace, never appearing in public again. Fairy Myrtle would rather he plunder and plunder resources. This way, the more clues Fang Yuan left behind, the more valuable things she could deduce. She could even break through Fang Yuan's wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Myrtle's opinion, Fang Yuan had great battle strength, but what was more terrifying was his management skills. Every time he endured for a period of time, the strength he displayed would increase by leaps and bounds. The rate of improvement was often shocking. This was the effect of his management skills. Only a sturdy foundation could support his terrifying combat strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is gradually losing control. The information obtained from soul searching is becoming more and more important. In the River of Time, the Time Path immortal Gu houses have been repaired. There are 4 of them now. The Time Path formation needs to be modified. At the same time, I cannot let Fang Yuan have a good time. I need to contact Wu Yong. Several days later, intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed his palm. A powerful killer move entered the open door and entered Lulan Blessed Land. The tribulation that He Lulan was facing crumbled and dissipated. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly before her expression calmed down. She stood in her immortal aperture, cupping her fists towards Fang Yuan, who was outside the door. No need to be polite. Fang Yuan took a glance at Lulan Blessed Land. Lulan Blessed Land was barren and could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though He Lulan had high aptitude, she had never managed her immortal aperture properly. But this was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could provide cultivation resources to He Lulan. He Lulan would rely on him in this aspect. It was a form of control over He Lulan. In fact, Ing Wuxia by Ningbing and the rest were in the same situation. Let's leave this place. My wisdom path methods can only defend for a while. Every tribulation will greatly affect my methods. Fang Yuan urged. He Lulan nodded. She did not dare to be careless. She quickly stored the blessed land and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to retreat. Wu Yong and the rest who were rushing over could not find him. Damn it! He escaped again. this remnant aura. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. Southern Border's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. Some were furious, some were silent, and some showed a trace of fear. This is the fourth. It is clear that Fang Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation level. If he continues like this, it will not be good. Wu Yong's expression was grim. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. He can escape very quickly. We can only set up beacon towers and work together in jewel yellow skies to restrict his business and weaken his profits. Over time, we will gain an advantage. Jade light flashed in Qi Grotto heaven. Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. We are safe for now. They are starting to restrict my business in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He felt pressure indeed, but he had recently annexed the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven and Qi grotto heaven. He obtained a lot of resources. Even if he was suppressed, it did not affect the overall situation. But this was clearly the result of the cooperation between the Celestial Court and the Southern Border Alliance. If this continued, as time passed, even Fang Yuan would not be able to endure it. He obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Southern Border Gu immortal captives, but Southern Border's righteous path knew this. Most of his transactions were blocked. I need to think of a way. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit